respect you. You are loved. You know what I'm saying? We got your back here at Newstoter. This is your family here, so don't ever feel like we're gonna just let the white media just constantly just pile on you and beat you up, beat you up, beat you up, beat you up. Any of you guys in the space, go ahead and tweet out the space. I'm tweeting out the space. I know it's a Sunday. It's a Sunday, so everybody's celebrating Father's Day. They celebrating Juneteenth or whatever. But guess what? We still going. This is still an information day. We still gonna share some information. Our last Twitter space was on Thursday, and we had a few issues we was talking about. We wanted talking about Monique and Netflix. We're talking about the killing at LeBron James School. We was talking about Deshaun Watson. Was he being railroaded? Was the treatment fair? We was talking about the epidemic of rappers getting killed. Tonight we're going to get back on more of a serious discussion. We're going to be talking about New Jersey reparations. My man DJ was up in the spot in Jersey. He's from Jersey. We're going to be talking about Juneteenth, all the positives and the negatives that come along with it. And like I said, we're going to be talking about Black Father's Day, our role as Black men in the Black community, and how we can continue to push the agenda of past generations, how we can continue to raise our families up and be respected and whatnot. So I just want to thank everybody who's so far come into the room who wanted to come and share this space with Newstoter tonight. Y'all go ahead and please tweet out the space. Also, guys, if you have not, go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I will be putting that in there. But DJ, we got a couple people, man, that we got people that want to hear about what was going on in New Jersey, and you've been the residential. I don't know if it's a New Jerseyan or I don't know exactly what you call it, but you've been up from there in that area. Just give us a little info about what's going on. I see, Ella, you got your hand up. You got something to say real quick?
Really, I just wanted to, good afternoon, kings and queens. I just really wanted to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers, and happy Juneteenth to everybody. Shit. You know what I'm saying? And y'all just be safe.
Absolutely, brother. I don't know if you're a father or not, but happy Father's Day to you too. Let's get that community. I know my man Ray Smith is a father. This man also served the United States here proudly, veteran and whatnot. So, like, we want to say happy Father's Day to all of the brothers in there, all of the brothers that's in there. We want to thank you to all of the sisters who recognize the brothers that's doing positive, that's doing work in the community, that's raising their kids, that's doing what they can to further push the agenda of all the greats who came before us. So we want to thank you, sisters, as well, for standing by us and supporting us. And without you, we couldn't do it, whatever. So we want to go ahead and definitely thank you, sisters. We want to thank you, brothers. We're raising up a new generation of Black men that's going to take this mantle. We're not going to be sitting on the sideline, sitting on the bench, waiting on Mr. Charlie to give us anything. We're going to take from Mr. Charlie what he already owes. And the first thing we're going to take from Mr. Charlie is reparations. And my man, he was up in the spot. My man, DJ, was up in the spot in New Jersey. So he's going to bless us with a little bit of information, let us know exactly if it was any shadiness going on up there in New Jersey. I believe DJ also got a chance to get up and speak to the actual mayor of New Jersey, Roz or whatever his name is. So DJ, go ahead and let the people know, man.
My brother. Hey, what's going on, family? Reparations up. You know, Black Americans up. You know what it is. Happy Juneteenth, happy Father's Day. Y'all know what it is. So to make a long story short, and I'll try to be quick because it's kind of a beatdown, Tyler. So I don't know if you want to let somebody else speak on or go, do the Juneteenth or do something else on Father's Day. But I'll just say this. There was a lot of white and Hispanic folks out there yesterday. Shout to Sister Cress Wilson. The big sis Jackie in the house. She was down there with me holding it down. The brother Quad did. He was down there earlier in the day. We couldn't meet up. He had other obligations or whatever the case be. Like I said, I stepped to Roz Baraka, the mayor. Mayor Baraka, you want some coon shit for the most part, bro. I stepped to him, told him, hey, look, how you doing, Mr. Mayor, sir? And he already know who I am. We got the same circle of friends. I'm pretty sure he's seen me before because I'll be tagging him on Facebook all day about stuff. So, hey, Mr. Mayor, sir, reparations on the table, but specifically for Black American descendants of slaves. The moment I said that, he just rolled his eyes and turned his back on me, yo. On some real shit, you know what I mean? And hopefully y'all can hear me. I'm driving right now. But, so, that happened too as well. I was able to step to Donald Payne Jr., which is the son of Donald Payne. He was a great councilman when he was here in Newark. Son, I guess he does what he do, but, the 10th district is looking kind of odd to this day. I stepped to him or whatever. I had his ear. His whole argument was that the only way we could get reparations is with passing HR 40. So I'm telling him, hey, sir, H.R. 40, that's just a study or whatever. That's not reparations. Then he, just shrugging his shoulders in a way, but he was listening to me. And he was pretty much saying that, this is the only way we could get any type of legislation passed is through H.R. 40. But, again, sir, H.R. 40 is just a study. It ain't got nothing to do with no reparations, no real cash payments. And why do we got to keep studying our history for? We already know we've been enslaved, Jim Crow'd up, 250 years of slavery, 150 years of Jim Crow. Nobody care that we care about getting our money because Jim Crow Joe Biden Jangles is giving money to everybody else except for Black Americans who actually put his crack ass in office, man. So that was that. Also, the other thing that happened was, hold up a minute, turn it. Hold on a second. Other thing that happened was I was able to talk to Senator Booker. Unfortunately, everybody just want to crowd around him, which I understand he's the senator. And I basically spoke to him for a minute, explained the same thing. He listened to me. Reparations are lineage-based. It should be specifically to us Black Americans. I know your family born and bred here, Corey, as far as, by way of D.C., and you migrated to Newark back in the days or whatever the case be. So you're a Newark resident as well as a District of Columbia resident. He listened to me. He agreed with me. But, how far is that going to go, even though I gave him the correct information? Look at this reparations, videos, and look at this information. America is not a nation of immigrants. It's a nation of, colonizers and Black enslaved folks by these colonizers. Also, the other thing is, just stepping the random white folks that was out there, because that's all that was out there. It was white folks and Hispanic Latino folks. That was it, and a bunch of folks from the diaspora. So a lot of them was out there wearing the African color flags versus the American Juneteenth red, blue, and white color flag. So I'm asking these folks, I know y'all know this is not the real actual Juneteenth. So, or, this ain't got nothing to do with reparations or whatever the case be. So, this one white guy stepped to, he had an American flag in the African colors or whatever. And I said, yeah, how you doing, sir? That's not the real flag or whatever, the colors. So he said, yeah, I know, but, this still represents Black or African or something like that. He said, not to misquote him. So I said, I gave him a flyer or whatever. Hey, this is the real Juneteenth. And then he, we had a small conversation back and forth. And then he pulled his phone out and showed me a picture of the actual Juneteenth flag that he said he got on his actual flag post in front of his house. So what the hell is you wearing this red, green, and black flag for? That shit don't make any sense, yo, if you know the truth. So, just step to other couple of Black Americans that I know that were out there. Unfortunately, our peoples here in the Essex County, tri-state, area, Jersey, New York, whatever, we indoctrinated with Pan-Africanism. And it ain't no changing that. And it's going to take another 400 years for it to change up, to be honest with you, because all our folks that were out there, all they were wearing were African colors. And these are Black Americans that they know they descend from some type of chattel slavery, been through some type of their family's been through some type of 100+ year Jim Crowism or whatever the case be. And it's our folks don't care. And, the ones that were running the organizations that sponsored the rally march, I never heard any of these folks ever speak about reparations until ADOS made it a national thing. And not to say ADOS was the first to speak about reparations. What I'm saying is none of these New Jersey organizations ever spoke about reparations the last 7 years that I've been doing it. This also includes the Institute of Social Justice. And it's all good too because we need allies or whatever. So, you got a lot of folks from the, double API community. Don't call me right now. I don't got the list on me offhand because I'm driving. But if y'all just get a moment, just look up A938 New Jersey. The letter A is in Apple, 938 New Jersey, and you'll see the bill. It got a lot of terrible language in there as far as they're trying to include Latinos, but Latinos did not suffer the same way that Black folks have suffered here in this country. A lot of Latinos, no disrespect, y'all just kind of got here yesterday. As far as in the late post-civil rights movement of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, that's when a lot of Latinos, as far as Puerto Ricans, got here. But for the most part, y'all haven't suffered the way Black folks have suffered. A majority of y'all ain't from this country. Y'all got your own country of origin. Black folks don't have a country of origin. America is our country of origin. So with that being said, y'all shouldn't be entitled to no Black reparations, because reparations is a Black American debate, not an all debate or a diaspora debate or an all Black people debate. It's specifically for those that descend again from chattel slavery and can prove that heritage and that lineage. But like I said again, just to wrap up and give my plane, shout out to Senator Cory Booker. He did listen to me. Shout out to Donald Payne Jr., Councilman Donald Payne Jr., or legislator rather, Donald Payne Jr. But Raz Baraka used a comb. You turned your shoulder on me, gave me the roly-poly eyes, and reason to come to find out from listening to some other sisters that are all way up north but live in other states now. Baraka, he might be not just a Pan-Africanist because his father was, but he got immigrant family members because his father wound up having illegitimate children outside of the marriage. So there you go with that one right there. That's on the record, man. Yeah.
Great info. And like I say, shout out to our brother DJ. If you guys are not following him, this is his other profile here. Go ahead and follow Kid Productions. Also follow DJ on Twitter. He's very informative, and he's definitely one of our tech-savvy people. This is just unrealistic. So you're just unbelievable. You're telling me that the mayor, he pretty much gave you the cold shoulder when you started speaking about lineage-based reparations. Booker would at least hear you out in the one running for councilman or whatever. He gave it a little bit of attention, but the actual mayor, he just pretty much just ignored it, just say, hey, I'm not here to. And let me ask you this question: why would a bunch of Hispanics and whites be out there to reparate? I know it wasn't more Hispanics and whites out there in Jersey than it was actual Black Americans. Now, wasn't it? I mean, because that's just ridiculous. Also, all you guys in the space, make sure you go ahead and tweet the space out. Go ahead and do us that favor and just tweet out the link to your followers. But I find that hard to be like, why would it be more Hispanics and why would it be so many white people out there at a goddamn reparations march for Black people? And also, I'm with you on this damn with this entire thing where we're talking about I seen something today on Newstoter.com. If you guys have not, make sure y'all follow Newstoter.com. I ask you guys all the time to support that Black media. Go ahead and visit Newstoter.com. But I had an article on there, and I'll probably tweet it out tomorrow, something about damn Kente ice cream and whatnot. I'm like, Kente ice cream? Man, if y'all don't get out of here with this, the holiday has been totally culturally appropriated by Black immigrants, by white folks, corporate America. Then you got reparations. Now you're trying to stick other people into this suffering. Talk about that. These people suffer like no, nobody suffer like Black people. So now we're talking about sticking immigrants, and we talk about sticking Hispanics, and we talk about sticking gays, and we talk about sticking all these people up into the damn reparations. And this is just another ploy, because by doing that, trust me, whenever you start sticking all these people back, this is one thing that we have not realized and understand yet. When we start including everybody, best believe somehow people are going to get a piece of that pie too. They're not just going to do something for every other group and they're not getting something either. They're going to find a way to slide their people in. The next thing you know, you'll be having Irish and Italians once again getting money and stuff like that. You'll be talking about, well, we were a discriminated ethnic group and this and that. And like you said, this is not about discrimination. This is about people who built the country and built the country and went through so many different things. We didn't simply just build the country and do it for free. We built the country, and in the process, our families was torn apart. We celebrating Father's Day today, but how many Black fathers were separated from their kids during slavery? Okay? This goes deeper than that. And we just can't sit up here and allow this to happen. So we have Juneteenth being culturally appropriated. We have the reparation movement. Everybody in there trying to get their hand in there, trying to get out. I remember AOC, the politician, was talking about, oh, she was Black too. So now you're going to have a bunch of people come out and talk about, well, I'm a quarter nigga as well too, and I'm a 10th a nigga, and I'm a third nigga, and my great-great-grandma, she was Black and this and that, so I deserve reparations. Man, we got to be careful about this here. We got to really be careful, because we're going to be looking at our $5 version of Indians and stuff coming up here too. So we definitely have to be careful. Like I say, big up to DJ being on the boot, on the ground, having boots on the ground, seeing this stuff go firsthand and whatnot. This is not exactly the news we want to hear, but when you have Black people and Cory Booker, I'm the type with Cory Booker. I gotta see it to believe it. I gotta see Cory Booker actually go out there and do it, because Cory Booker is one of the Democrats' top level boys. I know he's a senator and whatnot, but I actually have to see Cory Booker go out there and actually deliver something worthwhile to the community without, just pretty much compromising his integrity just to fit in with his political base. which is something that most of these black politicians will not do with the Democrats. They will prioritize being a Democrat over being black first. So for all of y'all out there, we have to keep focused on the agenda. The agenda is lineage based. That means us. And that's not to discriminate. Hey, down the road, once we get ours, everybody else can get theirs too. You can say that you suffer discrimination in the United States, you suffer this, you suffer that, and that's all good and fine. But for right now, it is simply the only reparation movement taking place in this country that's worth a damn is that for black Americans. Ray, go ahead and unmute your mic, brother.
What's going on to all the family? I can't sit still for too long. I just want to pop my head in here. Definitely wanted to say happy Juneteenth to everybody. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers. I just wanted to see if anyone else noticed the amount of disrespect that's been going on this. Maybe it's just me, but considering it is Juneteenth and Father's Day, someone I've seen people trying to make the comparison that, oh, well, how you gonna have Juneteenth and Father's Day on the same day? Isn't that kind of ironic? Basically saying that, we aren't in our kids' lives. When I don't know about y'all, but on my timeline today on Facebook, it's been nothing but love for the dads today.
Not only that, but I heard that they were saying that Biden was making June also Caribbean month or something like that too. So it's already it's so many different things this month is. It's Pride Month, then it's Black Music Month. You got Juneteenth in it. Now they're talking about making Caribbean month or whatever. So how many different groups get to share this month here? Go ahead, Ray.
I was going to also say, I don't know if y'all seen that, but they also got Billy Porter speaking today. They're having a Juneteenth Global Celebration of Freedom, and he's a special guest speaker today. I'm like, they just pushing all kind of agendas. And I wanted to also ask you, if you've seen the fact your boy Joe Biden gave $1.2 billion worth of tangibles to the Ukrainians.
I haven't seen it, man, but I know he just signed some legislation the other day for the LGBTQ. I don't know how many different letters and letters and words and symbols and stuff they adding on to that group's name. But yeah, I know he just signed some other stuff for them. And like we talked before, man, before it's all said and done, America's gonna cough up $1 trillion of Ukraine. So between America and the West of the West and whatnot, they're gonna cough up $1 trillion of Ukraine. I don't want to hear anybody talking about they don't have the money to do it. Like I said, we was in one of the spaces before, we was talking about the reparation and Irie Farmer, my boy Irie Farmer, who always come through. Irie was saying that I believe it was a Time Week or whatever came out with the estimate that they owe black people $150 million per person. And I just say, well, I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know these people. I don't believe they're gonna cough up $150 million per person. Because I know the number one thing they're gonna say is they can't afford that. That's gonna break the bank. I say that they should cough up at least $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion to 1.5 to $2 trillion a year. That's not going to break the United States economy, and you can do that over 15, 20 years, and the debt will be paid off just in terms of the money aspect. That's not all that everything else that goes, because it's deeper than that, homeboy. It's deeper than just the $20 trillion y'all owe. Believe that. You owe land. You owe job opportunities. You came in with affirmative action that was entitled just for black people, and you made sure you stuck your buffer classes in there to go ahead and screw us over. You stuck your white women in there so you can put them in little places, and you can be the one running the goddamn show the whole time. You got their white behinds up there when you really the one that's in charge. No, it's deeper than that. You owe cash, and you owe other things as well, other tangibles, other resources. Whole industries that you done dominated and put number white men up in charge, and white men decide who's going to get this job, and white men is just straight nepotism. You done found ways to just push black people out of industries that they helped create and founded. Nah, bruh, you owe more than that. You owe cash. I want the cash first. I want the $20 trillion, but other aspects that you done screwed us over, sticking highways into our neighborhoods, redlining, having our damn houses a third of what yours is worth and whatnot. You able to get damn equity out your house and start businesses and this and that. You got your house is worth the same house, the same size, everything, nothing different. Your house is worth $50,000-$60,000 more than my house, and you can get equity out, and you can get out without a damn problem, without having to jump through a loop and this and that. Nah, bro, you owe much, much more than that. The $20 trillion, that's just the cash benefits what you owe. You done screwed black farmers out of all of this, out of all of the prosperity they have, so you can go ahead and have white people. You pay white farmers not to grow stuff. You give them millions of dollars not to grow things. Subsidizing all this other BS. No, it goes much, much deeper than this right here. It cuts at the bone, and damn that, you're going to pay up. Ray, I'm going to let you go ahead, and I'm going to let Mr. Engagement go ahead.
No, he had his hand up first.
All right, Mr. I was just going to let you finish your point before I swung it to Mr. Engagement, but if you want to, I can give it to him.
That's fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Engagement.
Hey, brother, thanks for the love, Ray, and thanks for the love, News. That being said, I wanted to touch upon that Juneteenth situation. Like out in my neck of the woods, I was the club that I was a part of, because we're black focused. They actually told us that we couldn't serve the community, guys, that we couldn't vision screen the youth. That's the type of level of hostility that's coming from these other organizations, such as NAACP, that's covering this, covering these type of events. They're very anti-black, man, and it kind of hurts because like I normally participate every Juneteenth Day event, and this time I just didn't feel like participating because I felt like I wasn't wanted, and I don't think no Black American should not feel as if they are not wanted on their holiday that their ancestors died on. So. Well, my OG said, F that, do that anyways. But it's just the principle. I just wanted to share that with the group.
No doubt. And Mr. Engagement just recently published an article on it, one of his older articles, but we went ahead and we published it on Newstoter, and I went ahead and I retweeted it out the other day. So let's give this brother a shout out. He's a young black man, journalist. He's doing his thing. Hopefully he can keep us. He's up there in the Connecticut area, so hopefully he can be an earpiece for us all, and we can go ahead and we can find out exactly how business works up there in Connecticut, how they're treating our brothers and sisters up there. We can go ahead and we can keep an eye on them like we're trying to do on so many different states on so many different levels. So like I say, shout out to that brother. He's doing his thing. We have to support that. Mr. Engagement, when you go ahead and you get that website, man, you go ahead and you let me know so we can go ahead and promote that thing. You go ahead and get you your own news website based on blackness up there in Connecticut. Let us know that, please, so we can go ahead and we can support, because that's what we're here for. That's what Newstoter is here for. The ultimate curator of black news in America today, the #1 black curation platform in America, black owned. And we ain't playing. We putting out content today, even on Sunday, Father's Day, Juneteenth, leading up. We still went ahead and we still published a bunch of articles today, probably about 12 or 13 articles. So you guys go ahead. If you have not been on newstoter.com, you make sure you visit that. Also, the news is right here on Twitter, so make sure you go to my profile, Newstoter, and you'll see plenty of articles there for your consumption, for your benefit. Keep you sharp, keep you mindful of exactly what's going on today and here in America. And if you guys have not, we have the YouTube channel in the Jumbotron. Go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Also, if you're not following Newstoter, make sure you go ahead and follow Newstoter. We also have a Facebook group called the Black Culture Newsroom. That's also a link in the actual Jumbotron. So if you guys have a Facebook profile, go ahead and follow us in the Black News Culture Facebook group. Much appreciated. And also, if you guys can, please contribute to the New Black Media, Newstoter.com, $ Cash App. That's $ Newstoter. $ Newstoter. If you have $1 that you can contribute, that would be greatly appreciated. That is $ Newstoter. Ray, go ahead and unmute your mic.
I was just going to ask a question. I don't think that anyone has asked before. Why is it with us, everything has to be a study? Like, has anyone ever questioned these politicians on, like, why is it with us? Why do we got to go through, plebiscites and...
Right. Can I respond to that real quick? Because we're the most studied... Go ahead. We're the most studied people on this planet. From slavery, since we got off the boats, we've been studied, respectfully. And I don't agree with that, but that's just our existence here in America, unfortunately. And we do need to be putting up the gates in that when it comes to our information and stuff like that, and be more secure with that. So I do hear exactly where you're coming from, brother Ray. I really do.
Because when they start with that study stuff, that's just a way of putting things off. That's just a way of coming up and trying to put things on the back burner. Because they, with the studies with us, they trying to make sure these studies last for years and for years and for years and for years, because their intent is not to do anything. So by saying that, yeah, well, we got a panel and we're studying and we're giving analysis and we're researching. In actuality, what they're saying is that, hey, we're not going to get these Negroes nothing if we can help it. We're just going to go ahead and we're just going to sit here and act like that we're doing something when we actually not. It's a distraction. It's nonsense. And like I said, that's why you can't respect you can't respect the Black Caucus, because they're not going to pull their card on this and say, well, hey, y'all been studying this HR 40. Y'all been studying reparations. If you add up all the time, y'all been studying reparations for about a good 30 years. So like, when does this study actually lead to something tangible, some real results here? I mean, it doesn't take that long to study. You ain't have to study Ukraine. You ain't got to study doing anything for the Afghans. You have to study any of this other stuff. You have to study giving Israel billions of dollars a year that you do. But yet, when it comes to Black people, you have to study and you have to do an analysis and you have to give your theories and hypotheses and you have to guess on this and what it'll do to the economy and how many people's gonna piss off and is it really worth it, and none of the slaves that was back then are still alive, and how do we go about finding their descendants, and how can we do this and how can we do that, and we just sit up here as Black people and we let these people just spin us around like a bottle cap until we just get all twisted around and fall down from being dizzy. Like, no, man, it's time to call these people out on this nonsense. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Ray. And also, Ray, thank you for your contribution on Cash App. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yes, sir, brother, always. No, you actually hit on some of the points I was going to say. It honestly just it seemed like it's a lot of time wasting stuff. It comes to the point where it's like, you can't fool us forever, brother. It's been 30 years and y'all still talking about studies and plebiscites and, oh, we got to hold this march and we got to do this and that and Ukraine and LGBT. No, you don't need to do all that. Those are all separate issues. And that's just the point I wanted to make. Like, at some point, you can fool some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
And that's what I'm saying, man. That's why you need somebody. If you're gonna have Democrats, if we still gonna vote Democrat, if we still got Black people that's gonna be in the Democrat Party, then you got to have almost a split with Black people inside the Democrats. You can't just sit up here and ride this whole progressive liberal nonsense thing. If you're gonna have Black people in the Democratic Party, you have to have Black people that have some backbone and some spine that's going to sit up here and say, well, no, I can't continue to go along with this, man. I can't continue to see these Black school districts get peanuts compared to their white counterparts and whatnot. I can't go up here and see that these Black businesses are getting peanuts compared to their white counterparts. I just can't go along with this anymore, man. It's in any of the real things that's going to help the Black community. I mean, we're having a widening of the wage gap in this country. They talk about the wage gap is bigger than 160 years. I mean, it's at an all-time high. Like, I mean, how is this even possible? You can't sit up here and have Black people. And then the other day you had, can I think of what's her name? Because I responded to the comment where she was talking about getting rid of the canceling student debt loan would help the wealth of 40-some% of Black Americans in this country. And I'm like, well, there's a lot of Black Americans also that don't have student loan debt that it wouldn't benefit one bit. See, that's the thing we want to do. They want to go ahead and they want to, by helping everybody, they say, well, it's going to be an effect on Black people. That's the only way they do stuff. When stuff like this gets signed and say, well, hey, if we do this for everybody, this is sure to help Black people as well. But you can do stuff for one specific group and it only helps that group. But when it comes to helping Black people specifically, that won't fly. That won't work. You have to do something. It has to be that it's going to impact everybody's life. Well, guess what? We played that game in the 1960s. It's called the Civil Rights Movement. You know, the bills that was meant for us impacted everybody's life. The struggle and the nightmares and the tortures that we went through, it helped everybody. And I'm talking about Black immigrants. I'm talking about white immigrants. I'm talking about Latino immigrants. I'm talking about even Native Americans benefited from that. There's not a group in this country that did not benefit. And what it also did for white people with businesses and stuff, it made these people billionaires by opening up the floodgates. People that they once couldn't, customers they once had no access to, now they had access to. So, in all, it was a major boom for white business in this country. Mr. Engaging, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, I like what you're talking about, guys, of when it comes to business and corporations and stuff that goes on in our community. Also, just the other thing I wanted to touch upon was, like, seeing all this kind of upsets me because we didn't get a fair shake on our own holiday. We have everybody kind of bastardizing different clips and all types of. It's just crazy to me. It just more and more shows that we need to have reparations. If we don't even have direct control of our own holiday, then I don't know what else to say. Like, I hope I don't sound crazy, guys, for saying that we don't even have control of our own holiday, even our own materials to support our own holiday. Am I wrong to speak like this, Newstoter?
No, you're not wrong, brother. But here's the thing: the holiday was given to us as a symbolic gesture because it was like as a way of saying, "Well, hey, I don't want to do anything tangible for y'all, so I'll go ahead and give you a holiday." Mind you, it's a holiday that, even though it's a federal holiday, there's many states that still, with the state government itself, hasn't legalized it. So I'm here in Florida, and Ron DeSantis, this pecker nigga is our governor. He hasn't went ahead and he hasn't made it legal here in the state of Florida. So it was done as a legal, it was done as a way of just to pacify us as a certain way and say, well, the same way that putting what's her name Brown on the Supreme Court is a way of pacifying. So when come election 2024, Biden can talk about he put the first ever black woman as a Supreme Court justice, and he saw the pain and suffering that black people endured in slavery. So he went ahead and he made Juneteenth a holiday. It's up to us to go ahead, man, and even though this was given to us by white people as a way of symbolic gesture, it's up to us as a way to call this stuff out. They did a good job of calling this stuff out with Walmart and the ice cream they were selling and whatnot, and trying to do what corporate America always do with black people, screw them over and make money off of their pain and suffering. But as black people, we can't sit here and let other black people come in here. Listen, you saw what Nicki Minaj did with Michael B. Jordan a year ago when he talked about having that damn rum over there in Trinidad or whatever. She got up there and she showed out and she clowned and she talked about he insulted their culture and this and that. Black people, black Americans, we sit up here and we'll go ahead. You haven't had enough black people vocal say, hey, no disrespect to the Pan African struggle, no disrespect to the Pan African lineage that so many people in this country recognize, but Pan Africanism didn't have anything to do with what went down with Juneteenth. You cannot add these colors to the flag. These colors are not your colors. This is not symbolic of what went there. You have black people that fought as Union officers that fought and died freeing us. It is unfair to go ahead and say that this is to make this add these color and these patterns and this and that to this struggle. This is just unfair and it's not right, and we're not going to allow y'all to do it. See, we don't do that as black Americans. We let people come and we let them siphon our culture. And we sit there, and when the culture gets all the way siphoned and it's dried out, then we sit there and we say something. We've been allowing this stuff to happen since Little Richard will tell you he was the king of rock and roll. And you had Elvis that got the crown. You had white people back in the 40s and 50s that you could not go to their establishments, but they would come to the all-black sides of town. They would listen to your music. They would go back. They would take that. They would borrow that. They would write it down. They would go ahead and they take the style and this and that. And as much as they could, they would use it, and they would make millions of dollars from it. And we don't call this kind of stuff out. Well, this ain't the 50s or the 40s no more. You have the power to call this stuff out, but we don't want to be looked upon. We don't want to be looked down upon by other people. We don't want other people to say, well, black people, y'all are kind of racist. Y'all are kind of selfish because we enjoy having that crossover ability. By making it in this country, we have to be able to cross over in our mindset. You have not made it until you can cross over to mainstream America. And what exactly does cross over to mainstream America mean? Cross over to mainstream America means getting you white customers, white clients, white businesses to approve of you, to like you, to give you a bigger audience. So until we cross over to white people, until white people can say that he's okay or she's okay or I like them or this and that, we in our own minds don't feel like we made it. So we're sitting up here, we're allowing corporate America, white America, and we're allowing other people within the black diaspora to come here and siphon Juneteenth, something that you struggle. You could not go to Caribbean, and you could not do the same thing for them. If they had their Independence Day, you could not siphon that. Go to Jamaica, one of these places in the Caribbean, and go ahead and put an American flag on their independence and see what happens to you. Mr. Ray, I think you're next. Go ahead, Ray, and unmute your mic.
No, I wasn't next. It was the other brother.
Oh, Mr. Engagement?
Yeah, I wanted to touch upon that because you struck a nerve with me, not in a bad way, but something that happened to me personally. I had a Jamaican woman from our community who basically effed up a Juneteenth Day parade. It not only hurt the morale of our community, the black people in our community, it also affected the black business owners that could have been highlighted in the parade where it could have drawn attention to black business. I really think that they undermine our community. They know what they're doing. And then when they get called on it, they catch feelings about it. I just want to let everybody know for the record that they know the difference.
And again, Mr. Engaging, I blame us because when things like Juneteenth, when it comes up, we need to go ahead and we need to capitalize on that. I mean, that's up to us to go ahead and start. That's when you should be months in advance. You should have black businesses coming together. Okay, we're going to have this at the park. We're going to go ahead and chip in. We're going to rent this out. We're going to pay for this. We're going to pay for that. We're going to pay for the advertising. We're going to pay for any security that we need here. Yada, yada, yada. We're going to have this venue. It's going to be nothing but black American-owned businesses. Anybody selling T-shirts in here, we need to know exactly what kind of designs your T-shirt. We need to know all of this stuff. What you're going to be selling, exactly how it looks, this and that. That's up to us to start holding our own people accountable and not just sitting up here. It's one thing if you just having a festival or something like that. You're having a black festival and everybody's included, whatever. But something specifically like this, that's important like this. And I hear a lot of people in Texas, because I was in the space on Friday, and you had somebody from Texas was saying that, out there in Texas, Juneteenth, you got a lot of Pan-Africans and stuff that throw these festivals and this and that, and they've always had the colors in there and this and that. So I don't really have a problem with it. And then somebody else said, well, Juneteenth is just not specifically for Texas. Yeah, Texas was one of the last states to actually recognize that slavery was over. That black people was one of the last sets of black people recognized. But you had a couple other places that actually didn't find out about slavery being over until later on also. So, and not only that, to me, Juneteenth is an entire FBA Black American celebration. Because the celebration is not just based on the people in Texas finally being free. Everybody was finally free in terms of black people in this country, at least off the books in terms of freedom. We know that they still was nothing more than slaves still, even when you had Reconstruction and all that going, but you were no longer property, so to speak, of white folks in there. So to me, even if the people in Texas organize it and they have the Pan-African colors and this and that, like I said, you had Union soldiers, you had black men that gave their lives to help other black men and other black women and black children and the black race become free. Had it not been for the participation of black people in the Civil War, the Confederates would have went ahead and they would have absolutely slaughtered the Union, and you would have still be down slaves. You still would have been property of the Confederates. This would not be the United States of America. It would be the Confederate States of America, and the little bit of rights that you do have in this country now would be, who knows, slavery probably wouldn't have ended in this country to the 1900s. So I don't even go for all that. To me, Juneteenth is bigger than just even the freedom that the slaves in Texas got. To me, it's symbolic of the freedom that was won, and a large part of that was won because of black men that stepped up, suited up, and went to battle, and they won the war for America. When America was losing, they would help turn the tide against the Confederate. Ray, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Now I was just going to throw this. I want to see if anyone else has seen this. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, I guess he did an interview on the History Channel, and it was supposed to be about Juneteenth, and just celebrating today. And he actually made a comparison between Juneteenth and Matthew Shepard. For those of you that don't know who Matthew Shepard was, he was a LGBT guy. Once he was like 19, he got killed up in Wyoming. It's supposed to be. They said it was a hate crime. It was either a hate crime or a drug deal that went bad, depending on what story you listen to. I just want touch on that to see if anyone in the family has heard about that.
I've heard the Matthew Shepard story. I'm very familiar because I live in Connecticut. That's one of those stories that they like to push in those high schools and middle schools. I'm familiar with the story, but Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has been off code for a minute. He's been saying some off code stuff for a very long time. Very long time. Half the reason why I don't watch SportsCenter.
Yeah, Kareem, getting to the Kareem point, and Matthew Shepard, that thing happened back in he was one of the main reasons why they set the hate crime up. Now you had at the same time you had the black guy that was in Texas. I can't remember his name. He ended up getting dragged. They ended up hooking him up to a truck and basically dragging his skin off of him. And the hate crime and it happened around the same time, but it was a Matthew Shepard that really incensed the white people in this country, really felt the need to go ahead and to go ahead and push for the hate crime bill or what. Even though black people on average, black people are still the ones who, who get hit with hate crime the most out of anybody else. So I mean, we're killed by hate crime. We're number one in hate crime statistics.
I just want to throw in that brother that you were talking about that was drug to death. His name was James Byrd, I believe. James Byrd Jr.
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't remember his name, but yeah, you're right. It was James Byrd. And what round was this? Like 98, 99, I believe, or something? I think it was around that time period, like 1998, 1999.
Yeah,
but
98. If y'all talking about James Shepard's story.
Okay.
Because that's some tragic shit either way, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's tragic, but what I'm saying is that hate crime, man, that you had black people suffering hate crime for a long time, man. And like I say, if you look at, and I don't take much stock in FBI statistics, but even the FBI tell you that black people, more hate crimes are committed against them than any other group. I mean, at all. And that includes white, that includes LGBTQ, that includes Hispanic, that includes any group. But getting back to Kareem, man, you know, and I have respect for Kareem for what he did in the '60s, because Kareem was one of the few athletes back then. He would speak up, he would talk about this and that and whatnot. So I give him respect for that time. But at the same time, like Mr. Gage said, sometimes, you know, Kareem, he kind of speaks a lot of off-coast things as well too. And I mean, not to talk about Kareem, but like I said, he is a legendary basketball player or whatever. But Kareem, you know, also too has a white wife or white girlfriend. I know he had his first wife was black, but then he ended up marrying a white woman the second time around. So Kareem kind of, you know, he kind of gives you that. He wants to give a militant vibe at one point in time, and then at another time he comes with this and what the hell does and not to make fun and light of the boy's death, the man's death, but how does one person being killed compare to millions of people that was enslaved in this country? Why would he compare Matthew Shepard to black people that was enslaved in Texas? You know, I don't understand that line of reasoning. I don't understand that. That's considered really off code. And also, not to continually beat up on the topic, but Kareem also, you know, he was raised in New York, and he might even been born in. Kareem his parents are from the Caribbean, so take that for what you want to take it for. Mr. Engaging, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah. I definitely. I also want to talk a little bit more about that. Kareem, or that brother Kareem. That he has that mindset of those baby boomers, and what I mean is that they think that by sharing the pain with other groups is going to have them fall in and support us, and that hasn't worked in 50 years. So like that, I've been in spaces that really grinds my gears as a black man, black American, foundational black American man. It really does rub me the wrong way, because like none of these groups have never faced anything that we have faced and for them to be put in the same sentence, I really find that disrespectful, disingenuous.
Well, I know Kareem also was one of the people that did ride on, you know, that, what was it, last year when Nick Cannon came out with that stuff, he was one of the people that did ride on him, and he was saying that when Nick Cannon made those comments about Jews, he was just saying that Jewish people had suffered just like black people and this and that, and that's not to say that Jewish people haven't suffered and stuff, but he definitely spoke out against it. Like I said, Kareem gets vocal about certain things and whatnot. Certain things I can agree with him on. Certain things I kind of, I'm like, I don't know all about this and that. So
he even downplayed the police. I think that was when I stopped listening to him. It was one of those shootings, and he was shying with the police or something of that effect. I forgot what case it was, but it was during my college years, and that was like a major turnoff.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know exactly, because he's pretty vocal, so I don't know exactly what he may have said or what he didn't say. If you remember, go ahead and let us know, because I know, like I said, Kareem, he's not shy about speaking up. He's never been embraced. I will say this: he has never been embraced by the media. He was always considered a surly type of black man. They never liked Kareem. And like I said, a lot of the stuff Kareem says I can agree with, and some of it I just can't agree with. Some of it, especially if he made that comment about the Matthew Shepard thing, and I'm like, that to me, you can't. First off, you can't compare one individual in history to the mistreatment of an entire group that's been mistreated for hundreds of years. I mean, mistreated like nobody else in this country has ever been mistreated. You can't sit up here and make that kind of comparison. not somebody that's an educated man like that and say, well, this person here was treated bad just like black folks was. No, buddy. No, sir. When black people got free in the South, you had to have a damn standing army just for these people to be able to live down here. As soon as they pulled the army out of the Reconstructed South, these white people showed their true colors. They went in there and they formed a clan. They started doing all this Jim Crow stuff, started lynching black people left and right. They can give up all these numbers about how many black people was lynched in the South and throughout this country during Reconstruction up until modern time. But I'm sure it's a number that's definitely undervalued or whatever. There's no telling how many tens of thousands of black people that was lynched. There's no how many of their bodies ever recovered and stuff like that. So no, you can't sit up here and say that one person, which like I say was a tragic event, but you can't sit up here and say that one person that was the same as millions of people that were enslaved in this country. I can't go along with that. DJ, you had something to say, and Ray, I'm gonna get to you.
Now you can go ahead, Ray, real quick.
No, I was just gonna let the family know I was doing a little research on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, which is the reason why I brought it up. A lot of people don't know his son was he stabbed a man. He stabbed a man on his back, his head fractured his skull over an argument in California over a trash can. So I'm just wondering, this wasn't that long ago. This was just end of 2021. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. The reason why he's kind of soft shoeing so much.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Kareem's son was he did catch some heat for that. I forgot all about that stabbing, man. Like I said, it's so much news and stuff that I see and whatnot. But yeah, that definitely took place. I don't know. I don't remember if his son was convicted or what exactly happened or whatnot. But yeah, he definitely was charged with that.
So, he got house arrest. This man.
He got house arrest.
Yes, he got 108 days of house arrest for almost killing a man in Southern California. He stabbed a man with a hunting knife over an argument over a damn trash can. The dude was like 60 years old. Like I said, stabbed him on his back, his neck, his side, his head, and he fractured his skull, collapsed his lung because of blood loss. He got 108 days of house arrest. So I don't know. Something seems kind of weird about that to me.
That's what it pays to have somebody that like Kareem is your father too. And I ain't mad at him because let's be for real, a lot of white ones get away with stuff like that, and that seemed like something that a white man would have got. Like they kid would have went out there and did something like that, and they just would have got pretty much a slap on the wrist or whatever. So I ain't mad, man. Use that clout you got or whatever. But I just like I said, I'm with you on that. Sometimes Kareem, I can deal with him, and sometimes with that stuff Kareem be saying. And then too, you got to put in text. Like I said, you can't really depend on black entertainers, and you can't depend on ball players. You can't depend on black people in the Democratic Party and politicians even to carry the race anymore. We need the blue collar, we need the workman class, we need the black middle class to go ahead and pick up the slack. Because if we're waiting on these black people in high places to do anything for us, man, we're gonna be left out the dry. It hasn't happened. We've seen that. We've got enough black billionaires and multimillionaires in this country right now, man, that these people can almost buy an entire. If they wanted to buy a 5,000 acres and build it up, they could do that with no problem, and it would be booming. But they don't want to do that. They don't. DJ, go ahead and unmute your mic. DJ, you there?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm over here. You're headed back home, driving. So, I just wanted to say that when you was talking about Juneteenth before, too, that all states don't celebrate Juneteenth, by the way. It's only I think 18 states that celebrate Juneteenth as a federal holiday. The other ones only do commemorance of it as far as acknowledging it. So it's not a paid holiday in all states. So, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, remember, man, now when they did Martin Luther King holiday, when that holiday came out, think how long it took Arizona. It took Arizona forever and a day to go ahead and to finally go ahead and make Martin Luther King a national holiday. Even when all the other states went ahead and did it, it took them forever and a day. So, and then like I said, I'm in Florida, man. You think Ron DeSantis, who's looking at having ambitions of being the next president of the United States, at the very least, possibly forming a ticket with Donald Trump, you think that this man wants to go up here and piss off a fan base that he's been inflaming all of these straight bigots right here? No, he wants to go up here and show that he's resistant to all of this stuff. And I'm sure that he found a way to talk about Juneteenth was another was another slap in the face of true Americans and stuff like that. So you gotta look at it how it is, man. Most of these people don't want to go ahead and they don't want to have this thing legalized because Juneteenth to them it's just another affirmative action case in their mindset. At least that's what they tell it. That's what they tell their white voting bloc, so that they can go ahead and inspire them to go out there and to reclaim America and make America great and all that other garbage that they always be talking about. We got any speakers in the house that want to speak tonight too about the importance of Juneteenth and Father's Day? And like I say, if you guys missed the reparations talk earlier, DJ did a great job of just explaining. And Quad, I know you. I know they say you was up there in Jersey too. So if you want to speak on it or whatever, what you saw, go ahead and request to speak because I definitely wouldn't mind hearing. But from what they said, man, the mayor of New Jersey, he was not trying. The black man, what's his name again? Baraka.
Raj J. Baraka.
I'm kind of skeptical of anybody with that last name close to Barack. Anyways, like I know Barack was his first name, but Baraka and Barack, that's kind of eerie similar to us. So I'm kind of a little bit skeptical of that. But yeah, like I know you say DJ when you started trying to speak to this dude about just lineage-based reparations, he just pretty much gave you the cold shoulder. Like I don't want to hear that, which is crazy. And you said that his family may possibly have some immigrants in it.
Oh no, that's for sure. I don't check the information that some other folks relied to me. It's true. He got a sister. You know, she like half something else. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know. Like mixed with like some type of Italian and all this other stuff. Henceforth, why you see a lot of white folks down in Newark nowadays. You know, as far as them being back in the hood post riots. You know, it's a lot of Latinos down there. A lot of Latinos, man. And the only reason why they were down there is because, and again, if you look up the A938 New Jersey, I don't know who wrote. I do know who wrote these particular so-called legislative bills to study reparations in New Jersey, but I don't understand why these particular folks, especially Senator Ronald Rice, is including Latinos unless they are some type of Latino themselves in the form of like Dominican, dark-skinned, brown, Puerto Rican. You feel what I'm saying? So that's an argument for that too. But like I said, I do believe the three sisters that are on the A938 bill because there's two separate bills. And I think this is what the real grift is. The other bill is, or the original real bill that was presented by Senator Rice. I feel that is more of the real bill. But, they got all these different ordinate bills where, it keeps coming up in the, Parliament or whatever, and they keep changing the bill number because they're adding stuff to it like Latinos, and Latinos suffered the same stuff, and, Latinos make, black people make $5,000 and some change in New Jersey versus Latinos that make $7,000 to $20 or something like that. So not only are they about to try to get on reparations, they are already making more than us, about $2,000, $2,020 to be exact. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man.
They've been making more than us. I mean, that's the thing that we, like I said, we don't focus on. Like people who came here years after we were here and stuff. I mean, got benefits. Like I say, hate to talk about it from the civil rights movement. They're making more money than us, and then people sitting up there talking about that we should go ahead and still form these coalitions and these groups with them. But these coalitions and these groups just continue to push these other people's agenda. Like our agenda, you're not gonna hit a Hispanic caucus or Latino caucus talking about the plight of black people unless it's a bill that can get passed and they can get something out of it. Go ahead, Ray.
You took the words out of my mouth again. The only reason they want to stand by is because they get something out of it. The second they can't get something out of it, they pull in charge. They don't want nothing else to do with it. And a lot of you spoke on this earlier about a lot of Mexicans and other people. They actually have black ancestry. So if you wonder why they're so want to get involved with this reparations talk, because they think they're going to get something out of it.
See, that's a great point you brought up, and that's something that I really want us to talk about because I hear people say that if you have at least one black parent or you have one black ancestor, like how is just in everybody's opinion in the room or whatever. And like I say, for those just coming in the room, happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth. We're talking about reparations. We're talking about Juneteenth, and we're talking about Father's Day, especially those about Black fathers and whatnot. How would this go about? This is what I want to understand. Like, this is such an issue that I think that once this becomes a reality, when they're ready to cut the check as a Black authority, and the rest of them say, how are we going to go about this? Are we going to somebody that say, if we were to do DNA tests or whatever, and so let's say somebody, for instance, was 40% Black, 40% white, and 10% Native American, 10% Asian. Does that person get the same amount of money as somebody that's 80% Black? Ray, go ahead, because I just want to know, like, how is this going to go? I know people say, well, as long as you have one Black ancestor that you can trace back to the to the slavery and this and that you're going to get the same amount. But is that really fair? Should that person get the exact same amount as somebody who's definitely Blacker than them?
No. See, that's the thing. We can't play that percentages game because they don't do that with anyone else. Because if we want to be real, how many white people say they're Native American, but they never had to take a DNA test to prove that? No, we're not doing no percentages. That's just more ways for people to crowbar stuff in. It has to be lineage based. And one thing I would also say, we definitely have to say, okay, if you're Black, you need to prove it. Let me see your tax returns. Let me see what you put for the past 20 years. Can you say that you've been Black? No, don't become Black now. It's convenient.
No doubt, but here's my thing. Is what I'm saying, Ray. Okay, let's take Bill Gates for instance. Let's say that Bill Gates had a Black great grandmother from Alabama who was a slave or whatever. Should Bill Gates get as much? Should Bill Gates' reparation check be as big as yours? Because Bill Gates would say, well, my lineage goes back to this Black woman here too. So I also have Black in me. Like, that's what I'm saying. People that we clearly know identify as white, people that have always identified as white, people that identified for white for centuries and decades, but they have this black great grandmother. Should they, should they be able to get the same amount of money as you and I would get in reparations? I mean, that's the thing, that because you're gonna be able to find. You're gonna be able to find that one Black great grandmama, I think, and a lot of these people even these people that identify as being pure white, you're gonna be able to find it somewhere down the road. So, because they're gonna say, well, that's lineage based. If we talk about lineage, like, that's my great grandma. It doesn't matter how she got into our family, she's there. So should she get as much? Should Bill Gates, in that case, should he get as much money as you would get? I'm gonna go ahead and let you answer.
I would say no. Tariq made a great point on this. If you go into any restaurant and you say, hey, I want to get 50 cheeseburgers, you're treated as a special orders. So let's take care of Black, the foundational people first, and then the special orders, we'll deal with them later.
No doubt, no doubt. I just know this is gonna be. I know that the way things are played. I know the way things are manipulated. That you're gonna have this. This is gonna be a con. This is gonna be a hustle too to try to get people, distracted and whatnot. So I just want to see what people think about that, because it's definitely gonna happen. You're gonna have cases where you got people, and let's be fair, we've had Black people that could pass as white for a long time. If they didn't tell you that they was white, you might not know. So this is something that is very interesting. Like I say, as you get closer to that point, you're gonna have people up here, and even now, I think in some of these states that they just with the trans thing, that people saying that they're transgender, they're trans, that they allow some people, I heard, in some of these states to change their birth certificates around from the time they were born. So that's gonna be something else you have to watch out for. People switching their birth certificates around, and people doing this and doing this, all kind of little slick tricks and slick games. And so I just want to know exactly how people felt about that. Like, if you got somebody that you know is clearly white, yet this person comes along and they talk about, well, I got a great grandmother, and like they saying, because we're all saying that if you can trace it back to one person, then hey, you should get reparations. And that also goes with, even like when we say the immigrants and stuff like that. You may have a Black father, and you may have a Black Jamaican mother or something like that. And it's just like, I just want to know, is it going to be like an even distribution of wealth here and this and that. And as long as you have one black person in the family, you can go ahead and you can get that. So that's just something I want to know. Like, I'm just interested to see how everybody feels about it, how everybody thinks about it, because, like I said, you best believe that this will be coming up. This will be coming something that will become an issue, and it's going to be something that we're going to need to go ahead and keep our eyes on. So I just want to like I said, I just want to see what people think about that. And we got Miss Aunt Lie up. I'm going to go Miss Aunt Lie. Then I'm going to go back to Mr. Engaging, and then I'm going to go to DJ. And if you guys have not, if you have a chance, go ahead and please donate on Cash App, $Newstoter. That is $Newstoter. Once again, $Newstoter. Aunt Lie, go ahead and unmute your mic.
No, Bill Gates don't get it, and I don't care what his grandmama, mama was. His ass ain't, and he ain't get it. And anybody else, once it get diluted, it don't count for you. It don't count for you. So if you ain't diluted, then you good. If you diluted, oh well. Better luck.
So I just use him on as an example.
No, but I'm just saying that's an example where his great grandmother would get reparations, and since we can't dig her up and give it to him, he is ass out. And anybody else who can trace it back to those days, it doesn't matter. He is white. So if you are black, if you are mixed, I'm sorry for you. I don't know what to tell you, but I don't think it should be anybody who doesn't have, if you can't race both of yours back, because there's some people who, like I know a person who's Jamaican and her parents are from England. Sorry for you, it don't count for you. It's easy peasy. Let's just keep this, whatever it is. Anybody like Kamala Harris, she ain't getting it. No, sorry, not gonna happen. If your grandparents, your great grandparents, but it's not traced back, all that mixing in the Kool-Aid and the no. That's all I gotta say.
I definitely agree with you on Kamala, because for one, Kamala mom is is a East Indian and the dad was an immigrant, so she definitely wouldn't get it. Barack Obama wouldn't have got it either, because his dad was a African and his mom was white, so he definitely wouldn't have got it as well. So I definitely agree with you on that part right there. Kawhi, go ahead and unmute your mic, bro.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up, everybody in the chat? How y'all doing?
What's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
Not much. Same old. I was just planning on rocking out today. DJ wanted me to come up, but quick thing. I know Todd and DJ know I was out there at the reparations rally that they had Friday. Took some time out of my day to go to there. DJ knew I was going out, and everybody in the reparations chat group knew I was going to go out. I went there. I got there a little early. I got there about a half hour early. Was able to talk to one of the organizers of the People's Organization for Social Change. I don't even know. They have a long organizational name, but I was able to talk to the director of the organization. Got a chance. He was kind enough to chat it up, build with me. Now, a couple questions. I sent the video to Toad, sent the video to DJ and the people in the other chat. So I asked them, what was his take on the whole reparations thing, like what they fighting for. In the beginning, his answers were kind of coonish, but I just kept asking him questions and told him how I felt. Reparations should be lineage based. I told him that CARICOM and NARC, they're fighting for reparations, but only for their people. And once I told him that, he kind of switched up his answer a little bit, saying that he agrees that each group of people should go to their respective governments and fight for reparations. Also, I've noticed something while I was there. There's a lot of older people, running these organizations. A lot of older. I don't know if they're FBA or not, but I'm just going to assume that they are. And they had a very coonish character to them. Everything was red, black, and green. Everything was red, black, and green. I went and talked to some of the other people. I don't got that recorded. I went to talk to them, ask them why is everything red, black, and green. These aren't our colors. One of the ladies was telling me, no, we're African. this whole thing goes back to our liberation and our fight. I'm like, and I told her like, listen, this whole Pan African colors, these things didn't even come to like the 70s, and the Galveston, Texas, they're the ones who started Juneteenth, and the colors are red, white, and blue. So why are we just discarding his wish? Just throwing out what he did already for all this new stuff. She had a lot of pushback, but everything she said, it was basically a coon babble. I just respectfully agreed to disagree with her and just kept it pushing. You.
Yeah, man, I just don't understand. Like, and here's the thing that our whole time, our liberation over here in this country, Africa didn't have anything to do with that. Africa didn't come over here and didn't fight to help free slaves, or you didn't have empires over there in Africa, even though some of those powerful Western empires were breaking up and stuff due to the slave trade and down the road colonization and whatnot. They never came over here. They never stood up and fought for the rights of Black Americans in this country. They never said, well, you know what, we want our people free. We're willing to even buy our people back or this and that.
Right.
They never once did that. So I don't know how you can sit up here and say that. I mean, the liberation came from Black Americans. Like, let's understand this right here. And let's understand this clear. Yeah, you had Black people that came off of those boats and stuff like that, but you had Black people also that was born on these plantations for generations that didn't know anything about Africa other than what they may have heard a white person say. So the liberation came from these Black people that were slaves here in this country that fought, and that fought, like I said before, fought for the Union. And I mean, I don't really understand what the whole thing is. Now, to me, when you start putting all these colors in there, I'm gonna let you get it quiet. I just want to make this one point. When you start putting all these colors in there, now you're starting to try to do this merchandise, and now you're starting to try to go ahead and exploit the actual you're using your organization because you consider yourself a Pan African. You're exploiting the actual struggles that the people went through here. Like, you could come here. I mean, and I think you would have a lot of Black. If you came up with some totally different colors that wasn't the Pan African colors, you probably would get less pushback. But the fact that you're sitting up here and like we said, we understand that the whole Pan African talking point, but like I say, Pan African talking point and Pan African action never liberated, never freed. It never did anything for the actual mindset of Black Americans in this country. Wardell, you go ahead and I'm gonna mute my mic.
All right. Yeah, it was really sad to hear her speak on it, speak like that, because she was really throwing out everything that those people down in Galveston, with FBA, the American Descendants of Slaves, has done. She was getting all the credit to the Pan Africanists. It was real sad and disheartening. So another thing to note is, like I said, there was a lot of old coons there, but when I was there early, I saw the NAACP there. There was, they had a white gentleman there. They had a white gentleman there. I went up to him and asked him a couple questions, but he seemed to be, honestly, he had no answers for anything. I mean, he wasn't being disingenuous or nothing. When you talk to people, you could get that vibe if they're BSing you or not. He told me straight up, he's just there. He was definitely just somebody that they paid just to bring up there. Honestly, it looked like they just got this dude off the streets just to be there, hold up a sign. They had some of the news crews there, MSNBC or something. I don't know. They had a whole bunch of weird they had the media there. As far as that was all I was able to get out of it because I got there a little early. Now I will say this. After being to one of these rallies in person and see how, and get a little bit of feeling of how they operate, you definitely need the young bucks out there. I'm going to keep it a buck. You need the young bucks out there to, just tell them, like, to get out of here with this stuff. Don't have to be disrespectful. Let's go up there and just have a night. You can have a civil conversation unless they get uncivil first and just, push back on any of the BS that they say. I mean, you don't have to do it during their rally. You want to be respectful. They pay for the stuff to come out there. But, before or after, or even in the meetings and stuff, when they start having these meetings and hearings or these reparations bills, now we have to be out there and voice our concerns. I yield.
Thank you, man. Thank you for pointing that out. Like I said, we had two of our family members out there, man, that observed and saw just a coonery going on and just the absolute magpie behavior that these people are up here doing. And like I say, to constantly push this thing on, and you see also the commercialization of it. You see that, like I say, at the end of the day, they're gonna make $1, and you better believe that white people still behind all of this garbage here too. They might put their little black minions out there, but they see a way to capitalize on this. White people know that black people are like a damn cash cow, and if you shake them up, some dollars are gonna fall out their ass. So they're constantly sitting up here plotting and scheming on how they can actually make some dollars and how they can use a black struggle once again to benefit them. So they have done this for hundreds of years. They have. That's why when you see all of these polling and all this data and all these analytics and stuff, they're trying to see exactly how they can shake up black people, how they can get that black dollar. They know that Juneteenth. They know that we are a symbolic people. They know that we emotional. We get into stuff like this. And like I say, I don't have a problem with any black person in this room going ahead and doing a Juneteenth thing in your community, in your city. Go ahead and get that money, man. I'd rather you get that money than everybody else who don't have a damn thing to do with it. So I support any black person that was in this space. Next year, if you guys get together, maybe Quad and DJ can get together in New Jersey, and they can do their own little Juneteenth thing and go ahead and make some T-shirts up and have some vendors out there and this and that. Go ahead, man, and do what these people have been doing here. Like I said, make sure you got that red, white, and blue. If you got any vendors out there, tell them that no, we need to know your colors predate. If you come here with T-shirts made up other than what we say, man, you're gonna be stepping. You're gonna be getting up off of here right then and there. We're not gonna let you come out here and soil it up. You're gonna go ahead and you're gonna follow directions. You're gonna do as we say. Enough of this stuff right here. Ray, go ahead. You next. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sam. You're next. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
What up, brother? Happy Juneteenth and happy Father's Day to all my brothers out there. DJ, what up? Newstoter, everybody in here. Yeah, I love what you're saying, man. And back to the Pan-African talk. One thing that I noticed that they always say that they are our friend, but then I think, how are they our friend? Okay, because I do cybersecurity, and I was actually just in a space about Web3 security earlier today, and it was about just the decentralized. A lot of people are running like fake decentralized exchanges, where basically it's highly sophisticated scams where it looks like like a real exchange. You got people putting in their money into this shit, and then they run it up, you know what I mean? And then basically it's a big honeypot where you can't take out your money, and then the site just disappears. I've actually doxed a couple of those sites and found that they actually are ran by like a lot of Nigerians or just straight up like these same African people that are claiming that they are our friend. So how the fuck are they our friend? Because okay, you're scamming a whole bunch of people, and I look at some of these accounts. One account had about $13 million in it. So you got $13 million, but you're not helping none of our communities out, but you're scamming us and shit. So we don't go to their countries and infiltrate their space and scam them and shit like that. Even though we do have a pretty good education over here, you know what I mean? But they're getting us, when we don't expect it. You know what I mean? They're preying on our trust, because the weakest link in all of our infrastructure is probably the social link. You know what I mean? Because if they can manipulate us and they can act like they are our friend, then they can lie and get us to invest in shit and get us to do shit that we wouldn't normally do. So, I think that it just comes down to maybe we just got to start fighting fire with fire. Because, I'm pretty fucking smart, but I never use my ability for a bad moral compass like that, where I just like scam the fuck out of people. I can create some sophisticated scams and really fuck people up, but I don't do that because I'm a good person. But if they're going to try to get the upper hand on our community and try to extract money out of our community by scamming us and do all this shit on a technical level, then why don't we do the same fucking thing? That's on. I'll land there.
Appreciate that. Yeah, you're right, man. For all this talk about unity and whatnot, like I said, it's completely one-sided. Unity requires an involvement from two different parties. So it can't just be one-sided. We just can't sit up here and you talking about we together, we this, we that. But then when it's time for action, man, you doing your own thing. And then when it's time for us to do something, then you can come in here and you can attach yourself to it solely for the benefit of your own self and your own people. No, it don't work like that. Like I said, this is another thing here. This Juneteenth is strictly for Black Americans. And that's not to say that if you're a black person with immigrant descent that you shouldn't be able to attend the Juneteenth festivals or something like that. I'm definitely not saying that. I'm not even saying that that if the black people say it's cool out there that you have you a spot as a vendor, this and that. But I'm saying don't be off cold, man. Don't be up here doing stuff to the detriment of what's going on here. I mean, that causes friction and that causes a problem there. You can't come out here, man, and you know, I mean, I don't know if that would be the right thing to do if you had a Juneteenth festival and you selling T-shirts of Marcus Garvey. I mean, it's just certain things that just don't make any sense. So let's try to stay within the boundaries of respect here, and let's not just act like your people should be respected and our people should just be trampled upon. Wait, go ahead and unmute your mic.
I just noticed you have a sister. I want to see if she would speak. She's running for Congress, named Jane Addams, and I just wanted to see her views on reparations. I wanted to know her views if she's willing to speak on, why we have to set up for studies when everyone else is getting tangibles, just things of that nature. I just want to see what she can add to the conversation, especially if she's going to be running for Congress.
Yeah, Ray. I already invited her up, and I actually had a conversation with her about reparations for Black Americans. But it's her choice if she wants to come up. I invited her up about 15 minutes ago. It's her choice. But just to continue on what Quadir said, so at the end of the day, with the situation that's really going on up here in the tri-state area, is that Black Americans have been indoctrinated the moment Jesse Jackson was running for president and he said that we are African American on national television. That shit sent us into the Matrix shadow realm, yo. Because when I went out there on Friday, all I see is a bunch of Black Americans cosplaying as Africans. So if you identifying as African American, therefore meaning you are an immigrant. I am not African. I'm just an American. You know what I'm saying? That way of Brick City. If anything, I'm a Weequahic Indian nigga. You know what I'm saying? Keep it real. So again, just for those coming up in the chat, let me tell y'all what happened again on Friday. So we had a reparations rally march over here on Friday that was sponsored by the Institute of Social Justice. That's the folks you was talking about before, Quadir, that you were speaking to in your video. So basically, again, I've been doing reparations as far as studying it, my personal self, for the last 7 years or so. But I've really been looking into it my whole life because I've always been studying Black people, you know what I mean, our people. So with that being said, I had a chance to speak to Cory Booker. I had a chance to speak to Donald Payne Jr. He's a legislative councilman out here in the 10th Congressional District of North, the South Ward. And I also had to speak to Kun Ras Baraka, a.k.a. the mayor. He don't care. So I saw the mayor first. Hey, Mr. Mayor, how you doing? Reparations are lineage-based. The moment I said that shit, he rolled his eyes and turned his shoulder on. And I still followed him and kept talking to him because I already know what that rhetoric is about. You don't turn your back on no man. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know if you think I'm some sucker or some shit like that, Roz, but I'm a street nigga like you a street nigga. Keep it real. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, don't get it twisted, man. You know damn well what it is I was talking about while you fake walked off on me. Even though he still took my little bit of information. So Donald Payne Jr., he listened to me. You know what I mean? He kept bringing up that HR 40 is the only way we're going to get our reparations. You know what I mean? Sir, HR 40 is nothing more than a study. It has nothing to do with no cash payments right away. Kind of like Jim Crow Joe Jangles Biden is giving away to all this Ukraine shit. For every dollar or million or billions rather, Jim Crow Joe is giving away to these Ukrainian jokers. He could have gave each American $1 million. So think about that. All the money we done spent in Afghanistan on the war, trillions of dollars, could have been gave us reparations. All this other money y'all done spent on COVID, talk about y'all don't got the money for reparations when we was talking about that prior to COVID, and then y'all cut a $3 or $4 trillion check in one day and spread it out to people. You know what I'm saying? And then you still also, for those that don't know, particularly us Black folk, there's still folks that are still getting stimulus checks to this day. Do your homework on this shit.
I ain't know that, bro.
Yeah. So there's folks out here that's still getting stimulus checks, but y'all don't know about it because y'all not into the economics. You see what I'm saying? You're not following the money, as they say. You know what I mean? We ain't pocket watching, as they say. Oh, man. So with that being said, you got to start paying attention to your economics. So again, Donald Payne Jr., he kept reiterating that the only way we're going to get reparations is through HR 40. But I said, hold up a minute, just like I told Cory Booker, which I'll get to next. Sheila Jackson Lee is not calling any of these organizations back that have really been doing reparations. Unlike these organizations that's on this flyer, that was on the Newark Rally flyer, ain't none of these folks I ever heard any of them talk about reparations. I hear them talk about social justice issues, but we talk about specifically reparations. That's my ball game. You know what I'm saying? So who the hell are all these people? And then as if you guys were there, I didn't take any footage or whatever. Cress Wilson, she got a lot of footage trying to bring up to the mic right now. Hopefully she ain't not too busy right now. She can come speak. So, and also to reiterate again. So, I stepped to Cory Booker or whatever the case be. I had his whatever. I know Cory got a show face. He's the senator. I get this shit. You from North too. So everybody want to talk to you. So, I let everybody go. And I was the last person to step to him. I said, hey, how you doing, sir? Yada, yada, yada. My name is Al. I'm an audio engineer. Reparations are lineage based. You know what I'm saying? And we've been trying to get at Sheila Jackson Lee. She's not calling us back or anything. So I just want to hit you with this information. And here's my personal business card. You can call me if you want to know more information. And I appreciate you. And say, hey, thank you, man. That's real good information. So, Cory was out there for the people for sure. He came through. You know what I mean? Even though, just like any other politician, you got to jet real quick. Can't really hang out. So that's pretty much my story on the thing. And like I said, it was a lot of Latinos out there. And again, go look up 8938 New Jersey, 8938 New Jersey. That's the reparations bill out here that's sponsored by, what do you call it, senator or councilman, I forget. Sumter, Timberlake, and I can't think of the other lady's name. I think it's Jackson or something, Verlena Jackson. And
yeah, the other.
That was right there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for Verlena Jackson. And then the other bill, which I'm not sure if you've been paying attention looking at it, Qua, that S368, which is the Senator Rice one. I think the Senator Rice one is the more right one. And 8938 may be the Latino, like you said, we'll take care of the other half-breeds later. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect, but this is some real shit going on. Latinos, no disrespect to y'all, got a lot of y'all's friends. Some of y'all may be even my family, but none of y'all suffered no slavery for 250 years. You ain't suffered no Jim Crow for 150 years accrued and counting. You might have your own personal gripe, like specifically Puerto Ricans with America. You know what I'm saying? Because Puerto Rico was conquered by the United States and is used as the fucking testing facility to drop bombs on. You know what I mean? So we understand that too. And at the end of the day, y'all gotta go get your own fight going on. Go back to your country of origin or your territory, which will be Puerto Rico, even though it is a part of the United States. But you have to have a Pacific Puerto Rican, you know what I'm saying, reparations claim. And this also goes back, and I'll try to yell right here, which I was saying before, like, if you got a half parent or whatever that's, fully black or whatever, and then, your other half is white or something like that. So Puerto Ricans, unfortunately, got that plight, too. This is why people like Fat Joe is saying he black, or somebody like AOC when asked about reparations, well, who's black in America? Y'all asses know damn well that Puerto Ricans, well, some of y'all, not all of y'all, are 25% African. You know what I'm saying? 25% Spaniard and, I guess 50% Taino Indian. You know what I mean? So therefore, meaning you do got some African slave up in you, and you got some colonizer in you too. So I don't know how y'all entitled to reparations, to be honest with you, unless you one of those real, and I hate to put the color spectrum on the shit, but one of those dark Puerto Ricans, which it ain't many of them, but I have seen them in don't call me on the part of Old San Juan, excuse me. I was about to say New San Juan, but it's Old San Juan. But, at the end of the day, this reparations up here in the tri-state area is a grift. Black folks have been indoctrinated with the Pan-African Babel for a long time. I ain't no African, man. If anything, I'm from Crenshaw Mafia by way of other Brick City. I yelled it.
Wait, DJ, real quick. What vibe did you get when you went out there?
Oh, here we go with the grift. You know what I'm saying? It's that Pan-African Babel. You know what I'm saying? They white folks is trying to grift on this shit too. I stepped to a lot of white folks, so just to reiterate again, because you wasn't here when I was talking about it. So a white dude out there, he walking around with an American flag with the RBG colors on it, right? So I stepped to him, gave him the thing. I said, hey, sir, how you doing? Name's Al, whatever, you know what I mean? I'm a reparations. So, hey, that flag is not the real actual Juneteenth colors or the actual flag as far as the shapes and stuff itself. So he says to me, yeah, I know, but it still represents black. I said, nah, all Africans or all melanated people ain't black. I'm American. You know what I'm saying? So how do you figure that? He said, yeah, but it's just a social solidarity to the things that's going on here. Then we had some other words back and forth or whatever the case be. And then he whips, we're still concerned with Juneteenth, as far as the originality of it. He whips out his phone and shows me an actual picture of the Juneteenth flag. He said that's like in front of his property or something like that. So I said, why the hell you got this on if you already know what the real is, bro? Nothing to say, man. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have any allies. All I'm saying is that we got to make sure us as Black Americans get our piece of the pie before anybody get it. And then everybody else already have been getting it. But like you said, Quad, what was the vibe? Where the fuck was our people at, dog? For real. Where the fuck was our people at? I know where the shit is not everything. And the real grassroots is on the ground. This is why I keep arguing with those like me and Tyler who are doing the work. Hey, yo, give me this information. I'm about to just press this shit and just give it out in the street. But guess what? I'm a single individual. I got to keep the lights on at the end of the day. You feel what I'm saying? I can't afford to do everything. Shout out to my brother Black, state majority down there. He gave me some seed money, and it didn't go only but so far as the printing goes. You feel what I'm saying? So this shit is going to cost bread to promote our reparations on a real, true grassroots national scale because everybody else is grifting. And the main folks that you was reiterating before, Quad, that was speaking on this shit, reparations, was Africans and white folks and Latinos, man. You feel what I'm saying? Only jokers that got up there on stage was Donald Payne, Corey, and Ross, but he a coon now, you know what I'm saying? Because he turned your back on me. You know what I'm saying? So you get the coon from me all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? When I'm only coming to you like a man to tell you, hey, look, this is where our real lineage heritage. But obviously, the moment I said that, somebody must have put a bug in your ear what's going on when we speak about lineage reparations and AB 3121. Obviously, you're the mayor. You got fucking pulled. You know what's going on around the country. You're a Democrat. You tied in with the DNC chill. Ras Baraka is also the joker that let these immigrants come in here on a sanctuary city level. He gave them permission to get driver's licenses. And also, once Governor Murphy became once he won his second term, I think, he made New Jersey a sanctuary state. So, I'm not too versed with that part of the civics. Maybe Miss Jane could come up and tell us about that. Is it legal for a mayor or a governor to make a state or city, or a combination of both, because it is now, a sanctuary state without the vote or the will of the people? I yield there.
Miss Jane said she DM'd me. She said that she was in a meeting and she'll be up in a few minutes. So I definitely want to hear her platform. Now, DJ, I've never heard her before. I'm assuming she's running as a Democrat. Do you know anything about her platform?
No, I was going to ask her. Looking through it, only conversation me and her had was that, and I'm not going to use her talking points or her wording, but just to quote that she assumes that we could get reparation through way of Bitcoin. I yield there.
That's pretty interesting. I don't know if I've ever heard that one there before, so I definitely can't wait to hear her come in here and kind of explain those points. I never heard anything about Bitcoin.
Well, my kind of argument was to that Bitcoin is a way of making money, or a new way of wealth transfer, or a new form of currency that has nothing to do with a debt being owed. And also, Bitcoin is nothing tangible about that. That's in the digital realm. What happens when a damn EMP hits the fucking globe and everything turns on? Where the fuck your money at? Same thing with a bank. That's why they tell you don't put all your money into a bank, because it's all ran through. Once you put that physical fiat money in it, it's all ran back through digital ones and zeros. There is no, even though there's a trace on it, but at the end of the day, damn, if the damn lights go out, where your bread at? You see what I'm saying? That's why they tell you keep a couple dollars under the mattress. Don't put everything in the cookie jar of the bank. You know what I mean? Especially if it ain't a Black Freedman's Bank. And even then, still shit. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Like I say, I don't know how this Bitcoin thing is going to work out. Bitcoin is something news, and Bitcoin is something that is very volatile. I mean, the damn coin be up to $50,000 one year, and the next thing you know, it's at $20,000. We don't need anything that's going to fluctuate. What we need is actual laws put into play to actually give us that money back. Bitcoin is great and everything like that. If you want to give Black people Bitcoin, I don't have a problem with that. But again, that doesn't have anything to do with the reparations itself. So, I'm kind of interested to hear her point. I want to hear what she talks about. I want to see exactly where she stands on several key issues and stuff dealing and affecting Black. We understand the fight and the struggle that we got on our hands. And so, I want to see exactly what she's talking about, and then not only that, you guys get a chance to ask her some questions too. You know how we fill out people in this space here. So I definitely like I say, she DM'd me and she said that she was in the meeting and she would be in a few minutes. So you definitely want to see exactly where this is going at and whatnot. DJ, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, when you say the market is volatile, this is the argument why we need to have cash payments right now. You feel what I'm saying? And it's also the reason when you like you said, I'm a big technology head. I always have been. I'm always looking towards the future. You know what I mean? Like I'm in some sci-fi movie. You know what I mean? But by 2030, we might not even have no Benjamins as far as able to touch. You feel what I'm saying? And if you look through way up other countries like China, where they already implemented this type of digital currency by way of I can't think of the word off the top, but it's like I can't think of that movie that Justin Timberlake was in, where he was his currency was based off time and he could buy everything through time. Go ahead, Quad. You probably know the name of it. I don't know if you got your hands up for that, but just to make a long story short, that's kind of what China is doing right now. They're using economic entities like Bitcoin and Ethereum and all that other stuff to undermine the people for the most part. So if you wind up getting caught jaywalking in China because they're the number one eye in the sky state, you know what I mean? They Skynet, the guy because they got security cameras everywhere. So if you wind up getting caught like jaywalking in China as a Chinese citizen, you might get your credit score lowered, Joe. So this is the argument they playing with this Bitcoin and all this shit. How you gonna lower my credit score because I jaywalked across the street on my own recognizance? I understand jaywalking against the law, but like, damn, over here, nigga ain't gonna get his credit score lowered for the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, you trying to redline us like that? You know what I'm saying? Yo, and it also goes back to, shout out to my boy Sam right there. Our people need to get in. You always hear black people, well, we need to get into STEM and all this other stuff, yada, 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 yada. But at the end of the day, most of these parents don't even be encouraging their kids to do anything like that technically. It's always the basics. Go be a social worker, which is needed too in the black hood, as we see. Or go be something in the entertainment business. Go open up your own particular business. But ain't nobody trying to do this tech stuff. When we invented majority of this modern day technology any damn way, it makes no sense why our people are being ostracized. And if we do got the opportunities and they are there in the books, we don't even take advantage of it anymore. The moment I got a chance, as a teacher, you know what I mean, Mrs. Long, a white woman, saw talent in me in sixth grade. She's like, yo, I want you to come over here and do something on the computer. This is, one of the early days of computers just kind of coming in the school. It was an autoprompter. An autoprompter is where the newscast crew reads the words. As you can see, they reading something from another screen. So an autoprompter worker is the person that types the newscast up for the day into the system or the screen so the newscaster can read off the computer. So once I got into that, and then like my uncles and they got me into DJing and shit like that, and like I said, my family, they live in the club. It was like it was meant for me to do this technical stuff. You know what I mean? Be technical, go into music. So we got to start encouraging our kids, man. The schools, they took out all the trades, the woodworking, the auto mechanic, the masonry, the home ec, they took all that stuff out years ago. That's why these kids, no offense, they dumb, yo. They dumb as hell. The kids don't know shit nowadays when you ask them questions, especially when it pertaining to like Black History Month. Hey, yeah, what you learned in school today concerning Black history? They only give you the same answers. Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and maybe Malcolm X. Maybe Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't learn anything else about Huey P. Newton or any of the other black ancestors that invented this or marched for that and politically had this done or was lynched because of this. Like, they don't even be knowing this stuff, yo. I yelled there. Go ahead, Qua.
Yeah, I definitely second what DJ said. We got to get our kids into STEM. We definitely do. It opens up a lot of worlds. Like DJ knows, some of you know, I'm a civil engineer, and the stuff that I see, the people that I meet, you learn a lot of cool things. You learn the steps on how to get government contracts. It's very helpful. And me, I lucked out into even being an engineer. Because I don't have anybody in my family that's an engineer. I'm actually the first one. I just lucked out. I was still in high school.
Hey, congratulations on that, brother. Congratulations. Woo, 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 woo.
You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely. That's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, I'm noticing most of my peers who graduated in GIT with me, they have somebody in their family that was an engineer, or like an uncle or somebody who told them or who inspired them to do this. And it's very important because I'm an engineer now, and I'm seeing my nephews saying that they want to do engineering or they want to be a computer engineer or computer science now. So it's very important. If you're just you being one inspires them to do the same.
Right, that's what's good, man. That's what's good, bro.
Absolutely, man. We definitely, and we're in the digital age now too. So we definitely have to get these young kids and stuff involved in the STEM programs and stuff like that. If we're gonna take it to that next level, go ahead, Quad. You got your hand back up.
Yeah, and also want to second something else that DJ said. He's talking about China and their digital currency. Yeah, the world is moving into digital currencies now. I believe if you cross the street, they can lower your credit score or something like that. With these new digital currencies, man, your privacy is out the window. We think we don't have privacy now with Facebook and all these other platforms. Wait until they get these CBDCs, these central bank digital currencies, because that's where this whole thing is headed. Before I was following this, I'm not the best or the smartest in crypto. I was following quote unquote conspiracy theories about CBDCs, where everybody was saying CBDCs was crazy even like a year ago, and now you got the Fed just recently saying like 2 or 3 weeks ago, like the U.S. is looking into a CBDC like how the other countries were doing. So these are things to watch. But as far as us getting reparations, as getting reparations as Bitcoin, I'm like you told her, I'm not really feeling it. Give me my money, give me my cash, and I yield there.
Hey, yeah, just to piggyback off of you real quick, Quap. Hey, Sam, what you was talking about before, how you ran into some of these fictitious sites as far as like, dealing with the Ethereum, Bitcoin, and, one person had X amount of dollars and it should have just disappeared. What was that real quick again?
Yeah, so they have this, so like, the stock exchange is very regulated, man. Like when you are trading a public company and stuff like that. But Bitcoin, and cryptocurrency, they don't have any regulations when they come to that shit, bro. So even what I'm really starting to understand, and and I've been pretty much watching this shit since the start. And I've been peeling it layer by layer, and I've even risked some money into these same sketchy websites, just to go through the process to ensure that it is a scam. So I know for sure firsthand that is a scam because I got my money scammed by these same people. You know what I mean? So these people will go out and then they will prey on people who are looking to just invest their money. They like if you want to like invest in a crypto, whatever. Cool. Like they'll create like a YouTube channel, and they even like put up fake information and a fake interface showing that they got all this money from investing into this decentralized exchange, etc. Right? So it pumps people up to essentially invest their money into these fake exchanges and these fake interfaces, and then next thing you can't even pull your money out. They got you. They got you because the interface in itself is a scam. You know what I'm saying? Because when you put your money in there and it's reading off of the real life API of the real like actual chart of Bitcoin, and you thinking this whole time like you're actually trading on some exchange or whatever, but you're actually not. You're just like you're really he already got your money the second you put that shit in there. So whenever they feel like it, they just pretty much shut the site down, and you'll never see them again with your money. You know what I mean? Or they'll do some shit where they say, "Oh, you can withdraw your money, but you got to give me $500 more to withdraw your money." You give him $500 more, he gonna say, "You got to give me $500 more to withdraw your money." And then I've seen people literally get their whole shit just completely drained, bro, from these scams. Like people are getting wiped out. I traced some of these accounts. These accounts, you know what I mean? I traced the money that I sent, like from the experiments and the shit I've done firsthand. I've traced some of these accounts, and I go and I see the contract. The contract has like $13 million of token value. meaning that they have all these different coins stored into this contract that they're extracting from all these different scams, and they have acquired $13 million that they can send to a fiat exchange to cash out, etc. if they wash that money. You know what I mean? And that's just like some of the small ones. The most I've seen is like 150 million. So this is like this ain't no fucking like little operation going on. I truly believe that all of that shit is a scam, and that essentially the technology itself is useful, but right now I truly believe that what's going on is they're trying to like completely trash the U.S. dollar, and then put all their money in Bitcoin. Eventually, when the dollar is crashed, all the money's gonna go into Bitcoin. How the fuck we gonna tax anybody when the dollar's crashed? You know what I'm saying? This shit is a massive tax avoidance, tax fucking, a way to avoid taxes and avoid any legislation getting passed. Because when the dollar is crashed and the money's in Bitcoin, you can't demand somebody give you Bitcoin or whatever. The IRS can't demand you give them Bitcoin or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is a massive like plot going on. It's much deeper than you think. And it's not no little motherfuckers doing this shit. And some of the, I've tracked some people. Some people it's like Russian. It's a lot, Russian. It's linked to like Russian websites and shit. But some of this shit is linked to like Nigerians and African countries, like dead ass, and they got shitloads of money. And I know they got like just war and shit going over there. So you got to do what you got to do to fund your wars and shit. But I mean, you're not my friend if you scamming my people, my nigga. Like, I don't give a fuck who you are, what you got going on. You scamming my community, and I don't even want to be friends with scammers. You know what I mean? Like that's one thing when I was growing up. I seen people making it in all types of ways. I respect a nigga selling drugs on the street before I respect a nigga scamming an old lady or some shit. You get what I'm saying? That shit is fucked up, my nigga. Like I heard a story. My friend, he has a grandma, and it's not even on crypto. They started to like fish websites, like bank websites now too and shit. Like my friend, he got his grandma. She had just lost her husband. She just lost her husband. She got a fucking call. She's like an elderly lady. She was going through it. So she just lost her husband. She got a call from what she thought was her bank, and it was some fucking like Nigerian scammer or whatever. He got her for 7 bands, dog. 7 fucking bands. She was suicidal. She didn't know what the fuck to do. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy, bro. Like, what the fuck are you scamming an old lady for and shit? That shit ain't G, nigga. Like, I don't fuck with it. Like, that shit be pissing me off because, and I can't stress it enough, and I'm sorry I'm getting even emotional with that shit, but it's because, bro, I know direct people that was related to these scams that have wiped people out. And on top of that, you got all this shit going on, you know what I mean, with the massive scam exchange, fake phishing websites, and all that shit. And that's exactly how they're transferring the money. You know what I mean? They said the greatest wealth transfer in history. It's never been easier to transfer, to get the money from the top to the bottom, from the middle to the, from the bottom or wherever. This is exactly what the fuck they talking about. This is exactly how they gonna do it. They're gonna crash the US dollar and they're gonna transfer all their money to Bitcoin, so that way we can't tax these niggas. You know what I mean? We can't, even with legislation. That this Bitcoin and crypto is their backup plan. But I in that.
Yeah, facts on that, bro. So just to reiterate what you just saying on all that saying, hold on, let me turn this thing down for a minute. Just to reiterate what you just said on all that stuff. So reason why I wanted you to explain that, and if you check your DM, I had got scammed by a crypto music company called Tune. A lot of artists did, and I brought a lot of folks to this company too. You know what I mean? And we know the particular coins wasn't worth anything because you're trying to build it, the company up. Obviously, you're trying to scale it. So yeah, I'm gonna promote that shit. You know what I mean? Because obviously, it's the change of the guard in the music industry, at least. Whereas we won't have to deal with the labels as much. We could just do our own thing and just deal with the consumer hand to hand as an artist as well, because it's easier nowadays. So
no, you absolutely, and I'm sorry I left this out too. They not only scamming consumers, they going for everybody. You're not safe nowhere. Even investors, they're scamming, and it's getting sophisticated too. Where not just like rug pulling, where you'll invest your money, right, and then they'll pull it out and they won't let you take it out. No, they will go to the extent. You ever see those fucking like headlines where it says, "Oh, the Ronin Bridge, the Ronin network was hacked for $350 million or whatever. I've walked through I've looked up how that scam was operating, walked through step by step. The only way that happens is if somebody in the inside literally did that shit. You know what I'm saying? One of the main developers. So you got developers that are building up companies and building up, writing smart contracts, etc., with exploitative leaks, like on purpose, malicious code on purpose, right? And then they're going to, in their free time, in the dark, go rogue and hack the same company that they built up and defraud the investors that way and say, blame it on the hack. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it was a hack or whatever. So nobody's safe with this shit. Nobody, not the investors, not the consumers, nobody's safe with this shit. I'm not saying the technology is not good. Yeah, blockchain is good. It's useful in a lot of ways. But right now, what the fuck is going on is somebody seeing this useful technology and seeing the opportunity that arose from it, and they are trying to take over before everybody notices. And they're doing a good fucking job, because we're not awake to how we're not awake like we should be to this shit. And there's only so much money. We gotta wake up before they take it all, bro. And then it's too late. You get what I'm saying? So I'm glad these spaces allow me to share my information and my experiences. But and I'm coming up with shit myself to counter this as well. Like, I know with a lot of the contracts, and a lot of the times, like, you'll go on these websites, right, and you can't see the contract you're actually signing. So anytime they need to do something to your account, to your crypto, you always have to sign something. But a lot of times it don't even show you like the contract. You have to go to like the actual blockchain explorer and all that shit to view the contract. And on top of that, these contracts have like $13 million of token value in them. But yet nobody's talking about, like, one of them was called like Baby Swap. Baby Swap had like, the decentralized exchange was a scam, and it had a lot of money in that Baby Swap exchange token contract. But the thing is, nobody on Twitter was talking about it. I couldn't find no social influence, no social proof. And that is what we have to bring into the blockchain that will bring more credibility. Because when do you ever see really in real life somebody have $1 million, hell, even 500K, 100K, even 5K, right? I mean, well, not 5K, but 100K, $1 million, and you don't, like, nobody, you don't even know, you don't know of the person, you don't know especially with a business. I could see maybe with a private entity, but we're talking about like a business, and they got $13 million, and nobody talking about that shit on Twitter. That's a flag, right? That's a red flag right there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just about creating and linking the talk, the social, what people are saying on the streets, what people are saying online about what you're, this shit, and linking that with Web3 to then, alert people and say, hey, something fishy going on, because you interacting with a contract that got like all this money into it, but nobody talking about that shit. So, just be wary. You can still, interact with that shit, but I want you to, wake up to the fact that this shit is definitely, might be a scam, and don't sign anything like that. Because a lot of times it's not just about, we know not to sign anything like that. We know not to do, you can teach people all day, but the social influence is just getting stronger and stronger. That's the weakest link, because it's like these people will go on YouTube or wherever, and they will prey on people that are either in bad situations or whatever, and they prey on their hopes. So the people are vulnerable on top of that, and then they will like flash money in their face or fake money or whatever, and then they'll use their social influence to then finally manipulate them into basically doing whatever steps is needed to get the money and prey on that, technique that they're using or whatever. But I'll land there, and sorry I'm taking the phone shit, but
appreciate that, Sam. Thank you for dropping that little bit of knowledge for us, and we definitely appreciate that. Next, we have Ray, Quad, and Aunt Liza. So, Ray, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Just be real quick. So, obviously, today's being Father's Day. I reached out to the judge. I spoke to him, say Happy Father's Day, Happy Juneteenth. And, we're having a nice little, dialogue. And he decided to say, I don't celebrate Juneteenth. I'm going to pass on it. And I was wondering, next time you talk to him, we can have a space to express his feelings on why he feels that way.
Oh, I've heard him say it before. I reached out to him. I'm trying to see if I can get him on this week here too. He's gonna let me know sometime this week if it's possible. We can have him on for another discussion. But we can go ahead and we can put that in there. I know he pretty much felt that you basically had a bunch of black people that was freed, and when I guess black people let them know they didn't believe it, and it was until white people actually came up and told them that is when they actually believed it. So I've heard him discuss it a few times before, but like I said, we're gonna try to see if we can get him on this week. Hopefully, we can get him on this week, and if not, the judge, that could be. We know topics how they fly with him, so that could be one of the topics we bring up again.
Yeah, he actually discussed it, if I'm not mistaken, and when he came on last time. He go back and run that tape back. I think we talked about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's my bad. I don't know if y'all remember. I left early. Like, normally I say, hey, everybody.
You rolled out. Yeah, you rolled out. I think I'm almost 100% positive the judge spoke about that already. You know what I mean? And gave the reason why he don't want to celebrate Juneteenth, and he gave him excellent reason why. Go back and run the tape back, right?
Hey, I want to say thank you to DJ and to Ronnie for their contribution on Cash App. You guys don't know that the amount that you guys give, it does not matter. It's appreciated. It helps us to go ahead and push this black media outlet out here to more and more people. So it's definitely greatly appreciated. You're supporting the new black media. You're supporting a black-owned platform. You're supporting the largest black curator platform in America, top curation site for black news in America. So we definitely thank you guys. Definitely appreciate that. Once again, I want to thank Ray, DJ, and Ronnie for their contributions on Cash App tonight. If anybody else would like to donate on Cash App, the thing is $Newstoter. Once again, that is $Newstoter. I appreciate it. Once again, $Newstoter. Quad, go ahead and unmute your mic, and then Lie, you next.
Yeah, just real quick. Going back to Bitcoin. Speaking about how I guess what's her name? Jane wants to bring it back, give it to us in reparations or something like that. I don't know about you guys, but I don't feel. Do anybody know who's the creator of Bitcoin?
Nobody knows. It's supposed to be somebody named Takashi or something.
Yeah,
nobody knows.
That same dude you just mentioned, he is the creator of Bitcoin, but he don't want to be known to the world. He never wanted to be because this wasn't supposed to have gotten out. Somebody that he was connected to fucking around leaked the codes, and you know how to code already. Easily a coder can understand the language. You know what I mean? So everybody just started doing their own type Bitcoin. That's what called mining is. Everybody was mining in the early days. That's why the graphical user interface, not the GUI, the GUI, but the GUP, a graphical user processor, which is a graphics card. This is the reason why the graphics card market is real hot right now. And it's hard to get like a really decent graphics card at a fair market value because these jokers, in the Bitcoin world, is just mining shit and they're using these, the materials that is needed, obviously, to make a graphics card, a real high-end one, to get Bitcoin and do mining and constantly keep those numbers running. And companies, if you're looking for something like to really invest some money into, definitely invest some money into like a graphics card company like NVIDIA, PNY, there's a couple other ones out there, but NVIDIA is like the best shit to me, you know what I mean? And right now their stock is like has just jumped through the roof, man, because of this Bitcoin mining. Obviously technology itself is getting better, so we're going into an AI world right now. So I think like their stock is like $1,500 a share right now, yo. But right before the pandemic hit, it was well under 500, yo. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you can get in, get in. If not, you know what it is, man.
Yeah. So I say that because no one knows who the creator is, and knowing that there's also been rumors that it could be the McAfee dude. It's been too much. So the point is, where it came from is fishy. So I wouldn't be. I'm not too accepting of getting Bitcoin as reparations. Now, if they just want to give it as a gift or something else, then yeah, I'm with it. But to make it as reparations, to give it as reparations, nah, I'll slide. I yield.
But if you want to give it as a parting gift, that's fine. But I can't definitely see it. Just I don't mind it. Like I said, I don't mind you tossing it in there for us. But I want reparations to be government from the federal, the state, the county, the local. I want all of these people as well as any major corporations that benefited off of it. I want these people to go ahead and start writing the checks out. So anything, any investment tool that you want to give us, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to tie directly into it, but like I say, if you want to give it to us free of charge, hey, by all means, go ahead and kick it in. Go ahead and unmute your mic. You there, online?
I'm here. How y'all doing? I want to say Happy Father's Day. I'm so rude. I went in the bed early. I didn't say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers, grandfathers, uncles, cousins, nephews, that's daddies, everybody that's a daddy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I do want to say, in regards to what Sam was saying, in regards to the fraud, I want to say he's 100% correct. A couple of tips, because again, somebody just stole $150 off my card with the fraud, so it's very, very prevalent. But what we have to do is, as much as possible, try to curtail it. And because I have the criminal justice, I like to, give information. Number one, when you notice on your phone, if you get a lot of these calls that says scam likely, that means your phone number is hot. What you should start doing when you get those calls is answer your phone and say police department, sheriff department. They will immediately take you off the list. They used to call my husband all the time. I start answering sheriff department, he don't get no calls no more. Because once you say your sheriff department or the police, that's letting them know that, that's a tip you can use for those phone calls. Number two, with the emails, in regards, like I get an email from Bank of America telling me about my account. I don't have a bank account. I don't fuck with banks, so I already know that's fraud. Also, with your credit, freeze your credit. All three of the credit bureaus, you can call them and tell them it's a freeze. So if somebody applies for credit, they have to give them the PIN, and they give you the PIN. So no one can get credit. Somebody try to steal my identity and try to get some stuff in my name, so I had to freeze. So that's another thing you could do. Another thing, I'm trying to think of the credit. It was something I forgot. Every year, the bank, you have a debit card from your bank. Usually it's 2 years, and you got a Netflix or Hulu, a Paramount, HBO, a Disney Plus. You use your card like crazy. You need to change your card every year. Because when these companies, like somebody said, when these companies get hacked, they take your card information. Because my husband went to Target, I believe, or Home Depot, and they got hacked, and then somebody took $150 off his credit card. So if you take your card, and it may be a pain in the ass, but if every year you change your card, that's another way to keep down the limit of the theft, because these people out here don't care. These companies also don't care. Make sure you check your statement and your bank statement. I know somebody who's paying their life insurance, and they just decided to debit the life insurance policy twice in their account. If you don't look, make sure they're not getting you. And just be vigilant. Cash is king. I know they would like to tell you to have your money in the bank account. I don't trust banks. They just took Wendy Williams' money. And she's a black woman. They don't care. I've seen banks where I've had a client who somebody took maybe $50,000 out of her bank. It was an elderly lady in her 80s in New Jersey. And because she didn't contact the bank, and she contacted the bank within 30 days when she was made aware of it, because she's an elderly person, and Wells Fargo didn't want to reimburse her money because she didn't let them know in time. Now, if she was white, she probably would have got her money back. So we just have to understand what these corporations, the companies, how they see us, and honestly, don't keep our money in the bank. I don't know what the solution is about keeping cash on you, but these banks really don't care about us. So, but the credit card fraud, the fraud out here with the stealing the money is rampant. I don't know who the hell bought $75 worth of chocolate on my card recently, but I just got I don't even have a job, and they took $75 worth of chocolate. I'm lactose intolerant. So
they had a software. I'm telling you, like I lock my card before I make a purchase, and I unlock it. That's another tip that you should do.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I just wanted to share because you brought that up the other day. If I didn't lock my card, I woke up to my my email notification. It has 70 notifications saying from just various places around the globe for $5, $10, whatever. Somebody was trying to drain my bank account with 70 transactions, so that way I can't charge back. You know what I'm saying? So they do 10, 5, whatever, 70 times. So because it's easy to charge back or whatever one, but if you do 70, it's hard. There has to be some type of software doing that shit. There's no way, because the time frame was from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning. That shit did that, and it was all over the globe. If I didn't lock my card, they would have got me for so much money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely do that too. Because a lot of times what it is, like, I know someone who's at the gas station, he had a skimmer on him. So when he would take your card, put it in there, take the skimmer and steal your credit card information. Like you were saying about the people that's in these companies, they be stealing the cars too. The dude was at the gas station and he was taking people who was pumping gas, he was taking their credit card information. So a lot of these corporations who make these platforms also make the stuff for them to steal, and that's why you have these so-called breaches. And these companies, I think LinkedIn just had something in the news about LinkedIn being corrupt or some fraud going on over there at LinkedIn. It was just in there yesterday, but I was in pain because of my braces. But it's a lot of fraud out here, and that's another way for them to get us, with them trying to steal our identity and trying to get things in your name. So just be very, very careful, very, very vigilant, because as a black person, if you say, oh, somebody did this, they really don't care. They really don't care about your money being taken. They don't even think you should have the money in the first place. So just try to be as vigilant as possible. And I yield. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, sister. Like, yeah, I can tell you straight up when you saying that doing that credit freeze. Because a couple years ago, I had some fool ran my damn put a goddamn credit card in my name and ran it up like about $8,000-9,000. So yeah, I can definitely tell you that you definitely want to go ahead and put those credit freezes with all of those credit bureaus, so somebody don't go ahead and just start taking out stuff in your name and running it sky high, and then it takes forever to get that thing straight or whatever. It jacks up your credit. So yeah, you got to go ahead and put the credit freeze on. You got to go ahead and do that. So I see somebody named Cactus requesting to speak. Let me see exactly. I don't know if this person going to speak or not, but I'm going to go ahead and add you as a speaker, Cactus. I've never seen you before in this space. So we're going to see what it is. Quad, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, everything Aunt Lai was saying was on point. I completely agree. Wells Fargo, in particular, with Wells Fargo, I had my issues with Wells. Made me, drop them and go to a credit union. I have pretty good success with credit unions. They don't take money out for no reason. And not only that, going back to Wells Fargo, they're always in the news. Their name is always hot. They're always doing something. Bank of America, you gotta watch out for them too. The other big names, I don't hear too much shady or shicey stuff going on with them. But yeah, Bank of America and Wells are pretty bad. I really appreciate all the tips that you and Sam gave. Those are really helpful. I would like to add another tip. When you go out and shop, eat at restaurants or whatever you do, use your credit card instead of your debit card. That's what I do. Your debit card is the money that you earned, you save. That gets stolen. I don't care what they say. They say you can dispute it after 30 days. That's a lie. You're never getting that money back. Credit card, you'll have a way better chance of disputing it and not being held accountable for that transaction. I yield.
Thank you, Quad. Cactus, I see you have your hand up, so we'll go ahead and let you speak.
Hi, News. Thanks for having me. Happy Father's Day, everyone. I came into space because I saw your title, and I thought it was very interesting, and this conversation has been amazing. I was hoping that you could go more in depth into reparations, because I had some questions regarding what you mean by that.
Yeah, drop him.
Well, no. Let's see what let's see what old boy got to say here. So, what's your question about reparations? Because I'm sure you've heard the reparation talk probably a million times. So, what questions exactly do you have about it?
I'm just wondering what you mean by reparations and what you want.
What exactly?
It's a waste of time and energy.
Hold on, Allah. Calm down.
Let's just play along and let's see exactly.
Yeah, sorry to intervene, guys, but I think he's good to listen to, because a lot of people ask the same questions, and I think it's good for everyone to take it seriously. I think that'll actually help the movement move forward. So I'd like to hear what he has. I'd like to hear the answer.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jane. I didn't know you was I know you had DM'd me, but I'm glad to have you up in the space. But By reparations, we're talking about tangibles and resources. You know that the country was built off of the slavery and profited off of black people in this country. It made trillions of dollars at our expenses. It tore our families apart. You have institutional and systematic racism, and we just believe that black people have been treated like garbage as compared to everybody else in this country, and the wealth that's generated that this country is the richest country in the world and the richest country in the history of the world, and that is directly tied to slavery and off of the work of the black race. What do you feel about that?
Interesting. The thing is that we're in a spiritual battle between good versus evil and right versus wrong. Our battle is not of skin color. It is not of flesh. It is between good and evil and right versus wrong. And racism doesn't exist. These are things that are put in your head by your father, the devil, in order to divide and conquer people.
Okay. I thought we was going to talk intelligently, but I see you came in here to troll the room. The country that you talk about good and evil, the devil and this and that. The country was built off of racism. It was built off of evil. You had a bunch of people pretending to be Christians and all this other garbage. Yet they went ahead and they stole the land. They enslaved people. They raped them. They beat them. They killed them. All of this stuff that you're talking about. All of this stuff that was the Bible that you're talking about. That a lot of these people pretend to love and to praise and this and that. They went ahead and they ignored all of that, and they went ahead and they tortured a group of people. I mean, so what are you talking about exactly, my friend? If you really believe in good and evil, and you really believe in the Bible, and if you really believe in the devil, then this country wouldn't have been founded the way it was founded. So I see you came here to go. I'm going to give you just another minute to go ahead because this is an intelligent space. I see you came in here acting like the devil, like your daddy. You came in here, so you want to go in here and just start to cause chaos and havoc when we were having an intelligent discussion. But I guess once again, when black people try to have intelligent discussion, that's a problem. So go ahead. I'm gonna unmute your mic, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna keep trolling again.
Now, I just want to respond to that. All of these isms, homophobia-ism, racism, deadbeat dad-ism, all of these isms are lies. They're used to divide and conquer people. There's no such thing as racism. For the black community, if men started forgiving their mothers for hating them and returning to God and started building families, then we would be able to see.
Okay, that was enough of that. I had to go ahead and remove this fool out of here. Like I say, it's the black community's fault. The black community this, the black community that. I knew this dude. I've never seen him in this space before. So, I try to give people a chance, but his whole mindset was to come in here and troll this space and to just act like an idiot here. He had no real talking points. He wanted to sit here and, like a lot of people, he wanted to blame black people for the predicament of this country. So once again, we could not have an intelligent discussion because he wants to throw the Bible and religion into it. And if you truly believe in the Bible and religion, all the stuff that black people endured in this country would have never happened. So you don't believe in it. You want to go ahead and you want to give your people a total pass on their behavior and what they've done to black people in this country. I'm not trying to hear that. Like I said, if you want to speak intelligently, you want to have an intelligent discussion. I don't care about your race or your creed or your gender or your sexuality or whatever. If you want to sit up here and like a man talk to me like a man, fine. But if you want to come up here and troll and just say a bunch of BS that you know is just a bunch of BS, and you want to hide behind religion and all that other garbage, man, you got to get up out of here. I don't even want to hear that.
Yeah, his profile picture gave it away that he's gonna be a troll.
Yeah, I saw the picture. But like I said, I was even willing to play along to a certain degree. But when you have somebody that's that big of an idiot like that, I mean, it just defeats the point. So I mean, and Aunt La was right. She was like, "Get him up out of here," and this and that, and we just wanted to see exactly what was going to go on. But yeah, he needed to get up out of here and whatnot. So
where you got those talking points from, though?
Where?
Have y'all ever heard Jesse Lee Peterson speak?
Oh yeah.
Those are literally verbatim what Jesse Lee Peterson would say. I just wanted to say this, and we want to bring up spirituality and all this other stuff. You want to talk about hell and Satan and good and evil and stuff. I think Malcolm X had the best quote on hell. He said, "Hell is when you're dumb. Hell is when you're a slave. Hell is when you don't have the freedom and when you don't have the justice." And when you don't have equality, that's hell. And the devil is and the devil is the one who deprives you of justice, equality, and civil rights. The devil is the one who robs you of your right to be a human being. Oh, you might have to tell you the devil who the devil is. You know who the devil is.
No doubt, no doubt. Clarice, I see you have your hand up, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you speak, and then we're gonna see if Miss Jane wants to speak and just inform us and let us know a little bit about her platform. But go ahead, Clarice.
Shalom. So what is this space about? Because I see New Jersey reparations.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, no. Clarice is cool. She's from New Jersey.
Excuse me.
Clarice,
I'm sorry. Is that DJ?
Yeah, you already know what's good.
DJ. So why does your brother just feel the need to disrespect me? And I just want to know what the space is about.
Well, the space has been about. We've covered a number of topics.
Yeah, we covered the topic already, and we just got rid of a troll. That's all it was, Clarice. No,
yeah,
you
DJ,
know about reparations. You know already.
No,
we've been talking about the New Jersey reparations, Juneteenth, and Black Father's Day. So we've had three main issues that we've been talking about today, and we kind of got a little. As anytime you have these spaces, sometimes the conversation kind of gets off topic a little bit, but those have been our three main issues that we've been talking about, mainly reparations and Juneteenth. We cover Father's Day a little bit for Black people, Black men in general, but those two have been our main topics.
So is the space only for people from New Jersey, or is it like for other people? Because
New Jersey just had a reparation. They just had a reparation like march up there. So we wanted to, we just trying to reparations. As national, and New Jersey had that. So we were just talking about that. We had a couple like DJ and Quad. They were up there in that area, so they just informed us of what was going on. Plus, that's why we put Juneteenth in here and then we put Father's Day. So I mean, it's just a national discussion, just a conversation.
Kind of like a montage. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. And I don't know who the brother Ray is, but
I wanted to apologize to you. I thought you were a troll. So as a man, I want to apologize to you because we had just, as they said, had someone coming here trolling. So I'm man enough to admit I made a mistake because I thought you were a troll.
You see what they energy do?
Ray's a good Clarice Ray's a good guy. He's a good guy. He always contributes, and he's right. And that was my fault. I knew the dude was a troll. I tried to give him a chance just so we can, just hear exactly what he was going to say. And I mean, it was just idiotic, and that was my fault as the host. I should just put this fool up out of here. But you want to give people a chance just to see how much of a dumbass they really are. And he went ahead and he revealed himself. So. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Ray's a good guy. He just thought that, okay, we don't let us have another troll up in here. So
yeah, I apologize. That's 100% on me because I was like, oh Lord, the Tyler's in the doggone display. How should not know this about? But I apologize. That is on me. I'm man enough to admit I made a mistake.
Because the reason why I wanted to clarification is because that's not what was happening in the space. Like the troll and then the sister Jane is not from New Jersey, so I was just like, okay, well, what's going on here? So that's why I wanted clarification. But thank you for the clarification.
So with that being said,
happy Father's Day to everyone.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sister.
Hey, Jane, come on up. Come on up, girl.
Hey guys, how are you?
How you doing, Jane?
How you doing?
Good. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Now, Jane, to my understanding, are you from Vegas?
No, I'm actually from New York. So I saw New Jersey. I thought, here's the Bridge and Tunnel crowd.
Okay. Because now, now, what office are you running for? Because I thought I saw Vegas, but maybe I was incorrect.
Yeah, no, I just got out of a meeting, which is funny. You're the first people I'm telling about this, but so I lost to an old rich white guy. And so we were just planning on how to move forward. So I changed my profile and put like a concession post, I guess. But actually some like a team of fundraisers wanted to meet with me, said they want to fund. They like how I campaigned. I only had 2 months to campaign, and they want to fund my 2024 campaign. So technically we're getting started now. So it's good because it gives me another like 18 months to prepare. And so I definitely want to be in these groups, in these spaces with you guys.
Okay, so now, just to get an understanding, now you were running for office and you were running for a position in Las Vegas. Now, am I correct?
Yes, for Congress, for U.S. House.
Okay, and you said that so you're planning on doing it in 2024, like challenging again?
Yes.
Okay, so just to kind of give us a background of just exactly where you're coming from and your platform. Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself? Because this space, this is a Newstoter space. A Newstoter is a black-owned news curation site platform that we curate news from over 20 some odd black news sources. So we try to get get the pulse of the black community. So we just kind of want to know exactly a little bit about your background and your platform and what you like to do as a congresswoman and some of the ideas that you have. And I just want to appreciate you. I appreciate you for coming in. If you get a chance, could you also tweet out the space to any of your followers as well?
I can't do that today.
You said you couldn't do what today? You couldn't tweet out the space?
Yeah, I can't repost today because I'm trying to just do the campaign is over thing. So I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is a campaign page. This isn't like a personal account. So I have to be very specific about what I'm posting.
Okay, well then go ahead and let us know a little bit about your platform.
Okay. But also people that do follow me, they all can see what space I'm in. They usually follow me into them. Sometimes I'm actually in a space without participating just so people can follow me into the room. So my platform, a big part of my platform is energy independence. I think it's really important for people to be able to control where their energy comes from, to be able to generate it themselves, store it, own it, sell it. I've worked on a lot of initiatives around the country to make sure people have the freedom to do that, because right now, let's say you generate your own electricity with solar or however you want to set it up, wind, windmill, water, geothermal. Right now, any energy you generate, you have to sell it back to a major electricity company at wholesale prices. And I advocate for people to be able to keep it and then sell it to other people. So essentially, in the future, we can build our own communities that we power ourselves. And I think that's the best way to really build the communities we want to see, build the communities we want to live in ourselves, instead of expecting it to be done for us by people we elect, because I feel like they're not doing anything for us. My other part of my platform is financial education, financial literacy. I think if people know how to make money, how to allocate money to create wealth, we don't need to count on anybody else. So a big part of the main essence of my platform is decentralization, self-sovereignty, putting power in your own hands, and pulling away from the government who just steals money and does nothing for us. So financial literacy, K to 12. A lot of people are expected to take out loans for college when they're 17. They don't even know how to balance a checkbook. A lot of kids now don't even know where to buy a stamp. It's just, our education is really bad, and if anything, we should be teaching them how to earn money, how to save money, how to build credit, instead of learning, what gender they think they are when they're 3 years old. And the last on my platform is Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is freedom. It's the way people can get out of the clutches of the banks, the worthless dollar. The dollar does nothing but trap us into debt. It has enslaved people to work minimum wage jobs, never moving up in the world. There's no upward mobility. It's all a lie. The banks have control over everything. There's constant inflation. Everybody's always in debt. Anytime somebody moves up in their life, they just do more inflation. They put us back into debt. It's a trap. And they keep printing and printing and printing more money. And the more money they print, the less it's worth. But Bitcoin is deflationary. There's a limited amount. There's a hard cap. And that's it. When you have a hard cap on something, it just increases in value. And it's the only way we can get out of the hands of the banks. So those are my three.
I want to pop in and just say, Jane, your accessibility is so freaking cool, and that you're just in a space like this. mad respect.
Yeah, all good, bro. But still, raise your hand, fam. Raise your hand, family friends. Well, go ahead, Mr. J.
Sorry.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I try to be as accessible as possible. I really want to talk to everybody. I want to see what issues matter to people, form my own opinion, hear other people's opinion, have my opinion challenged by everybody so that I can have a real idea, a real assessment of what the heck is going on in our country. Because I hear things from every side, and I think depending on what side people are on, they're getting brainwashed in every way, and we don't have a lot of crossover. So I'm just doing all that crossover on my own, and it's helping a lot. And it also helps me try to find a way to share a positive message that's going to move us forward to all different types of people, and try to bring everyone together. Because I think essentially we all want the same thing. We all want financial freedom. We want peace. We want our families to be safe. And somehow we're not able to align that because we have all these people coming from every which way, dividing us and telling us that no, their way is wrong. We just need to, break that apart, but it's not going to happen. So maybe little things I do every day, people I talk to in spaces, I can change and they can help me change.
Okay, definitely really appreciate you. I want to ask you a couple questions. I know we have some people. Fitz, if you want to ask a question, go ahead and raise your hand. We have a couple people that probably want to ask you a question. And, before we go ahead, I just want to let everybody know that that, like I said, if you're not following Newstoter, go ahead and make sure you guys follow us on Twitter. Also follow us on YouTube. Also subscribe to our newsletter. All of this is in the Jumbotron. Also, you can contribute to the New Black Media by supporting us on Cash App. That's $Newstoter. And Jake, let me ask you a question. And, with the picture is kind of one thing. You are a Black American woman. Am I correct about that?
Technically, yeah. My parents, my mother's Eastern European and my father's African. So not American white, not American black. So it's kind of a different mix. So
okay.
Yeah. So technically, I've been categorized as black, but this is my background.
And let me ask you another question, because like I said, I'm gonna allow the people in our space to ask you some questions if that's okay with you. But how do you feel about reparations for Black people in this country that are descendants of American slavery?
Well, okay. So that question, I think, it's a good question to start off with, but I think it's also quite vague. I think it needs to go into specifics to be able to have a clear answer for it. Especially what I was listening to in here earlier when you guys were debating who would qualify. So it would essentially it would break up into a million different questions going on and on to see who would qualify and what exactly they would be allowed to get, on and on, where it would come from. So
the basis, not to cut you off, but the basis for the reparation movement, because America has a debt that is owed to the descendants of slavery in this country, the people who built this. So for us, for I can't speak for everybody, but for the vast majority of people in this space, that the people that would be the ones that would receive reparations would be people whose family members built this country up and went through the traumatic experience of slavery. So that would be first and foremost for me. I can tell you that straight up. Now, for anybody else, that there may be a difference of opinion, but for most of the people in here, actual slavery is something that has never been accounted for in this country's history. It has they were supposed to wrong some of that right with the passing of the civil rights movement, and that was never ever fulfilled either, because the actual benefits that Black people were supposed to occur, because that basically civil rights was for the treatment of those people that are the descendants of slaves in this country, and that went to other minority groups and other groups and everything else. So we have never benefited from the suffering that our forefathers suffered in this country. So for me, first and foremost, you have to be in order to even be eligible for any reparation benefits in this country, you would have to be a Black American. That's how I feel, and that's, like I said, that's how a good number of people in this space feel as well. And you were saying that we need to clarify that more. I don't exactly know how much more you would have to really clarify that, because, like I said, if you're not a descendant of slaves in this country, then I don't know exactly. To me, that it starts and it ends with that as well. I mean, if you were on the 1900 census or the late 1800s or something after slavery, 1870 census or something like that, I mean that would pretty much put you into the spot for reparations. I mean, exactly how do you feel about that there?
Okay, so yeah, like you saying that specifically makes sense to me. Because when I said Eastern European, I meant Russian. I hate using that word now since we're like talked about as the most evil people on the face of the earth. But that happened in Russia too, because Russia actually won the battle against the Nazis, stopped Nazi Germany, and a big part of that was Germany was putting Russians into the concentration camps and gassing them and everything. So what happened was when Russia won the war, Germany was required to pay back all the people and the families of the people that they hurt. So that's a very common thing that I've heard of, I've always known about. So to me, what you're saying, like if you look at the census and look to the past and verify under certain conditions, then that makes absolute sense to me. I also want to point out that, and this is sort of a sideline here, the government is broke. We have no money, and the more money that they keep handing out, they're actually lending out, we have to pay it back. And the reason why we can't pay it back is because we have way too much debt, and we have to come up with ways to pay it back, and they're not doing it. Congress isn't doing that. So right now we're going to war with Ukraine so that we can lend them money. We're not giving them money. We're lending it to them so that they can pay it back with, I think, like 30% interest. So all this aid, humanitarian aid, is the phrasing sounds nice, but it's actually a trap. It's like one of those payday loans. It's a predatory loan. So that's another thing. The government is absolutely broke. They're just going to keep increasing our taxes. We're already taxed to hell. We pay taxes on everything, on purchases at the store, on where we live, on water, electricity, car rentals, airplanes. Every single thing we do is taxed, and it's just going to keep getting worse because we have to pay back every cent the government is wasting. That's not being put into wealth creation. And that goes forward to my next point, is that money alone will not fix problems. It will not fix any. Definitely will not fix problems in Black communities. Money can always increase or decrease the amount of problems depending on how it's being used, and it needs to be accompanied with financial education and the proper allocation to create wealth. That's very, 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 very important.
Yes, ma'am, but you do understand that Black people, because of the systematic racism and because of slavery and Jim Crow and all of the other hurdles put in our way, we are the poorest people in this country, even though we have contributed more than any other minority group, so to speak, in the history of this country. We are the poorest people in this country. And also, I get what you're saying about the government being broke. I don't know all about that. I will say this much, is that the government has never had problems sending money to Israel and sending money to all these other countries throughout the world. Now, you have they sending money to they gave money to the Asians during the COVID relief for their business and for the mistreatment and whatnot. It seems like when they have money to print up for other people, but when it comes to Black people, then it's always a reason or excuse of why we can't do this. We can't do this. We can't do that. We broke. But you're spending trillions of dollars each year on your defense program here in this country. You spend more on defense than the next damn 10 countries put together. So whenever it's our time to go ahead and talk about this, because no disrespect to any of these other groups and whatnot, but none of them have seen a fraction of the problems that we've seen, and a lot of them have benefited off of the Black struggle. So to say that the government is broke, because I know exactly when the pandemic started out, the government went ahead and allowed the banks to print up $1 trillion a day to operate, to do business operations.
Yeah, and that's the reason a gallon of milk costs $5 now, because of that printing. So the more money we hand out, the more money we give out, the more money we loan, we borrow, prices are going to continue increasing. Rents increase, gas increase, everything. And I completely agree with you on all these other groups getting put before Black people in America. I think it's absurd. I don't know why they're even giving any money to any of these LGBTQ, ABCDE alphabet people before Black people. I don't understand why they're putting Hispanics in front of Black Americans. I find that extremely offensive. So I agree with you on that point 100%. I think that needs to stop. And I'm really confused why Black people keep voting for Democrats, who are the ones that pander to Black people for votes, but then put Hispanics, illegals, and LGBT people before Blacks after getting elected.
Okay, so let me get this right. So, Ms. Jane, you're an actual Republican then?
Yes.
Okay. I just assumed that you were a Democrat. But here's my thing, Ms. Jane, because we have a lot of hands up, and I'm not gonna hog the discussion up, because I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and I'm gonna move on. So I'm gonna let somebody else. And this is the order how we're gonna follow things, everybody. We got Quad, we got Ray, we got Clarice, and we got Black Dollar. So I'm gonna let you guys. But my thing is this: there would be no surplus of any kind of money. There would be no wealth. There would be absolutely no country if it was not for Black people. So I'm gonna put it this way: if the damn country has to suffer some more financial setbacks to get us right, then be damned. It just has to do that. Because like I say, there would be no United States. If you do not have Black men out there fighting against the Confederates, this would be a Confederate nation to this day. And everybody who's come over to this country, immigrant, be it Black, be it from Europe, be white, whoever, Latino, have all benefited off the Black struggle. And this country is the richest country in the history of the world, and it is solely because of one group. And that group is Black people. This country went from being a colony to a world power overnight because of the muscle and the mind power and the will of Black men and Black women out there getting it. So like I say, we're gonna agree to disagree on that, because this country never has anything. They have money for a space program, they have money for this, they have money for that, but when it comes to doing something for Black people, they pulling their pockets out and they talk about that there's nothing in there. And to me, we got a little bit of a problem right there. We have put in this work here more than anybody else, and we are deserving of this. We have people, you destroyed the Black family, you have destroyed the Black man, you have destroyed the Black woman, you have destroyed the Black community. For every step we took forward, you went ahead and you moved the goalposts further away from us. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let some of my other speakers go ahead. Quad, you go ahead and unmute your mic, and I'm gonna just fall back.
All right, what's going on? It's Jane. Toda actually asked some of the questions I was going to ask, and it was answered. I was going to ask, what is your ethnic background? 2, I want to know, what does your platform have to do with reparations, with our reparations claim? 3, you said that education would help us reduce the wealth gap or something to that nature. I'm a college graduate with the degree that's needed. I'm a civil engineer. And I can tell you for a fact that it does not close the racial wealth gap, especially when my people built this country, and every time we got ahead and pulled ourselves from the bootstrap, all our stuff is destroyed, like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all the neighborhoods such as that. We've never gotten. Honestly, we are the only group who's never gotten a handout from this country. Other groups get their immigration laws, Homestead Acts, GI bills. We could go on and on. And 3, you said, something about the dollar crashing and this and all this other stuff, but you got people from third world countries rushing over here to at least make minimum wage. I could go on all and off the questions, but I know everybody else would ask the same. Would ask some of the questions that I was going to ask you. So can you just answer those 3? What does your platform have to do with our reparations claim? And how would education close the current wealth gap? Because that's definitely not happening.
So education closes the wealth gap because if you know how to use money, you're gonna be rich. It's that easy. I didn't learn anything about investing until I was well into my 30s. And when I started learning about it, I was so stunned at how easy it was to do. And I was really angry that I hadn't been taught that in school, because I would have been multimillionaire by the time I was in my 20s. And I would not have student debt. So financial education is good. I mean, if you go to different parts of town, if you go to different parts of the city, like, for example, here in Las Vegas, we have the historic West Side, and it's a Black community, and it's like they put all the homeless people there. They shove them into buses and drop them off there. They put all the drug centers there. I mean, there are needles everywhere, and you know, we have the nice white neighborhoods that you would never see a homeless shelter or anything near there. So there's a lot of discrimination, and people are always getting arrested, thrown into jail. A majority of prisoners are Black and Hispanic. And
but
a lot of people...
The financial institutions, you know, there's systematic racism in there too. So I don't care how much education one can get when there's systematic white supremacy in the systems. I mean, the banks used to do redlining. I mean, how much...
Yeah, well, what kind of... I mean, your app on your phone can't see your race. It doesn't discriminate. You can do trading, you can do investing online without telling them what color you are. They don't care. They just want to get a percentage of your investment. So this is things like that. Your credit score doesn't care what color you are. You just look it up online. These things are not bound by race. Maybe back in the day, yeah, but nowadays we don't really have that as an issue. I don't even go to banks. I can't remember the last time I stepped foot in a bank. So it's not, I know for a fact it's not an issue. If you learn how to build your credit, you learn how to take out a loan, leverage your credit, invest, trade stocks, hold stocks, invest in Bitcoin. These are all ways to make good money. And I think we need to start teaching from kindergarten. It does make a big difference. I had classmates that had stockbrokers in high school, and they were already rich. So I've seen it work. As far as reparations, my platform, it's financial. I mean, about financial assistance, and I believe that we need to educate people on how to assist themselves. I personally can't wait on the government. I send them a letter, they never get back to me, maybe like a year or two later. I don't count on the government. I don't trust them. I don't see how other people do, so I'm going to base it on my experience. I think being knowledgeable about how to make money for yourself and your community is the easiest way to do it. What was your last question?
No, that's all I'm going to ask for now. I'm going to let the rest of
anybody else.
Appreciate
that. Yeah. Just real quick, just to reiterate off everything you just said there, Ms. James. So it can be prejudice, Bitcoin, because they already redlining us. And they do redlining. If you don't know what that is, look it up, but I'm pretty sure you do. They redline us by zip code. So it's easy to come up with a series of numbers, ones and zeros, you understand? To redline us back into whatever it is we came from. So if you look up the situation that happened with Buffalo, with our vote, with a piece of shit, he used a zip code to find out where black people are at. Ones and zeros is the original language of the world. It's easy to find people. Numbers don't lie. People do. You feel what I'm saying? And I understand what you're saying. It is a way financially Black Americans can't uplift themselves. But this is the argument I had with you before, where the average Black person don't even have a cell phone, don't pay for no internet, don't even care about none of this Bitcoin. Cash is king to the majority of my people. You see what I'm saying? So that is a good platform and idea you have. But when we talk about reparations, it's cash payments, it's lineage based, it's more than just money, because you're right. It has to do with education, land, all this other stuff. There's a lot of stuff involved with Black American reparations. You're talking about 250 years of slavery, the longest ever, pretty much in human history that's been recorded. Also, 150 years of Jim Crow, meaning segregation, having people, having these race soldiers, aka the runaway slave patrol, sick dogs on people, whip people, lynch people. This is the type of stuff where we need to be compensated for. Other cultures and race harmed by the United States or other country that is a first world type country have been paid reparations. The Japanese got reparations for so-called being in internment camps in America and so-called building the railroads. But when you really do the history, and it's not to knock no Japanese, they were too sick and too weak to lift a railroad top. Only niggas that could do that is the niggas that's in this chat. We the strongest. You understand what I'm saying, mama? So with that being said, I understand what you mean. The government may not give us shit, but that's why we got to take it and demand it at the same damn time. You see what I'm saying? Because you see that Jim Crow Joe is giving away billions of dollars to Ukraine. Ain't no damn Americans over there, black or white. How the hell is we paying the tax money back? So that means we ain't nothing but some working bees, no matter what race you is in America. We see that shit now. But at the end of the day, Bitcoin is not reparations. Reparations, by definition, is a debt that's owed. Pay up, America, because you're paying every fucking body else.
Right, and then I want to add to that real quick. Yeah, when you say your platform is talking about financial literacy, financial education. You think that ties into reparations? No, reparations is to a specific people that's gone through something. What you're talking about is a lift-off program, and that's not what we're demanding.
No, I understand, but you're also telling me that you've been doing this for a long time without getting results. So I think there has to be some initiative taken before you get results, because it's not working. I don't think that should be the solution, is to just demand and wait.
Wait, DJ.
I'm not trying to cut off. I'm just trying to correct.
Because I want to get to some of the.
I got you. I know, Tyler. I got you. Just let me yield my plane, bro. So when you say about the results, the questions I'm getting asked in my DM, do you follow the California Reparations Task Force, NASD LA? Do you follow these folks, AB 3121? And have you been following, or at least you might be coming up to the reparations and just getting the yield on it because you're running for office? Have you gone back and looked at this older ADOS, type rhetoric, early FBA rhetoric, and what it is we're talking about, what reparations means to us? Because black folks are saying the same thing, and it's not that we haven't gotten anywhere. We're just trying to collect our people first to get this information down to them. So reparations, when you say nothing has come to plan, reparations is now a national argument. It's on everybody's tongue. All these states are scrambling, trying to figure out how not only how they're going to come up with the federal money, but you got to come up with the individual money as well. You owe us 2 checks. Reparations is a 2-check system because this is the United States of America. That means each state is its own country. So therefore, meaning no state other than the state that I'm currently in, Jersey, had one of the utmost hands of slavery. All the cotton mills are over here in North. You understand? So therefore, meaning they're going to have to pay up, because if you look at any other reparations-based claim filed by any other culture, it has been paid by the United States government. The United States government also paid plantation owners or slave masters. So reparations is now a national argument. So we are getting the work done, but we need folk like you to advocate for us, though. Go ahead.
And also, let's because we got quite a few hands up, so that's why I'm trying to get to some of the speakers. We're gonna go Ray, Clarice, Black Dollar, Sam, and Illinois. We're gonna try you out to see exactly, and then we'll go from there. But let's let Ray go ahead and add, because I know Ray sometimes we having to leave early, so let's let Ray ask a question.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I want to just answer the questions those guys ask, if that's okay.
Right. And just to reiterate to you again, the question was that came from somebody in my DM asking, do you follow the California reparations? So that was
yes. I'm going to answer that, and the gentleman who spoke before you too. So as far as redlining goes, a lot of it is very discriminatory. I agree. I have a different perspective than a lot of people. Generally, from most people, the way I look at something like that, and just this is my personal perspective, this isn't a legislative perspective, is I see a lot of developers coming into communities, just tearing buildings down and then building nice communities up and charging a ton for people to live there. They're transforming the communities. So essentially, when I went to West Side, historic West Side in Los Angeles, and I saw in Las Vegas, and I saw how wrecked it was, my first thought was, oh my gosh, this would be great. We should educate the young people on finance and then get them involved with construction workers or team up with developers, other Black developers, and then start building here. So that's the first thing that came to my mind. I've never thought of, trying to get into other people's communities. I always look at it as trying to build out the community you're living in, or the community you want to live in with your own people, because there's always going to be subconscious segregation or unintentional segregation. You have Italians living with Italians, you have Asians living with Asians, blacks with blacks, whites with whites. People just prefer to live among their own, even if they're allowed to live among other people like they are now, but people tend to cluster together. So I don't see that changing ever. I think people just feel more comfortable with their own culture. And as far as the community having a hard time with cell phones and technology, I don't really know what to tell you about. I don't understand why they would have a problem getting a cell phone. I went to Walmart, got a cell phone for $30, and I just can go to any Wi-Fi place, McDonald's or whatever, and just hook up to their Wi-Fi. I posted a comment in the nest above of this organization called Harlem Bitcoin. And they've been doing a lot of great work in New York and Harlem, educating the community about Bitcoin and how to get access to it, how it works. So please take a look at them. It's really helpful. And there's also, I think it was Jay-Z and the guy that owned Jack Dorsey of Twitter and Cash App. They started a program in New York as well to educate people on Bitcoin and bring it into schools. So it's getting more accessible. So I think I don't understand how they can't have cell phones. It's cheap and easy to get. And as far as
the racial wealth gap. On that note, the racial wealth gap is the reason why most blacks don't have a cell phone. But go ahead.
Okay. I don't know. I've been in countries I've been in third world countries. I've lived in third world countries. I've been lived in developing nations. They all have cell phones. That's why it's hard for me to comprehend why a cell phone would not be a priority in someone's life.
I think most, not to cut you off, but I think most young Black people have cell phones. Maybe older Black people don't have cell phones, but I think the vast majority of the Black people have cell phones. On that note, like I said, because we got some other speakers that want to ask questions, so I'm not to cut anybody off, but I want to go ahead and let some of the other speakers get a chance to speak. So Ray, go ahead and unmute your mic.
I want to thank Mr. Adams real quick. I want to ask you this question. So, I'm not a Democratic supporter, but this is the thing. A lot of Black people tend, I just say, migrate their way to voting for them because they at least have a perception of doing something for them. Why don't the Republicans, if you guys actually want our vote, give us something that we can actually vote for? Give us specific policies instead of nothing. That's my thing. I can't think of any Republican in the last 20 years that says, you know what, I'm going to do this for you guys that y'all will at least support us. But that's not the case. And my second question, I have to ask you because I am a big component of us owning guns. How do you feel about the Second Amendment? What is your agenda as far as that goes?
I support constitutional carry. I think everyone should be able to have a gun. And as far as policy goes, I believe if the police can have it, the people should have it. And that's it. There should be no difference between what police and people are allowed to have as far as weapons. The end. I think it's clear to everyone we cannot trust the police, and they should not have more power. We shouldn't make it easier for them to take advantage of us. As far as the party, the Republican Party, yeah, I agree that Democrats do not do anything for Black Americans. If anything, they've destroyed the household, the Black household, family household, with these welfare programs that just made it easier for men to leave the home. There's a lot of things the Democrat Party does that I'm very upset about. especially how they allocate so much funding to groups, marginalized groups. Like, it's just, sorry, I just get really upset when I see what they've been doing for all these other groups before Black communities, especially the alphabet people. But
yes, but my question was, why aren't the Republicans doing specific policies if they want our votes? We know the Democrats suck.
I think there's an issue in the Republican Party with them being okay with white supremacists speaking out, saying they're in the party. I think that really needs to stop. I think it's disgusting. I don't know why the Republican Party isn't standing against it, but also has to do with the Republican Party tends to believe in, everyone should be able to say whatever the hell they want, no matter how offensive it is. What kind of policies are you specifically looking to hear? What policies are you thinking?
Well, me, obviously, I would want to, obviously, a reparation platform be first and foremost, obviously, pro-2A, something about building back our families, things of that nature, just things that are very constructive, not, tangibles, oh, we'll give you Juneteenth. When we've been, I don't know about everyone else, but I've been celebrating Juneteenth since the 90s. We want actual policy, just like everyone else is getting, not just, just little stuff that, that's intangible. That's my thing. If the Republicans truly, if they could swing probably the Black vote within 5-10 years, if they actually make policies specifically for us and actually go through with them.
Yeah, can you actually, I'd love to talk to you more on this. Can you direct message me and I'll follow up with you on that after the space?
No problem.
Thank you.
This is Miss Jane. This is Kite right here at Seg One. I sent you a bunch of information as well, so check your DM.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, who's next?
Okay, Clarice is next. Clarice, unmute your mic.
She might have fell down in the chat. She could have fell in the chat. She had her hand up for a minute. Hey, we'll let one of these blue folks like Elney or what is that, like a
it's Black Dollar next.
Okay, yeah, Black Dollar, go ahead.
Yo, what's up, everyone in the room? Shout out to Newstoter, man. Happy to see you have another space. Yo, Sam. Happy to see you, bro. We still got to link up for our next meeting. I just have a brief question to Jane. I just want to know some more of her background, like how she grew up. Keep it simple. Keep it straight to the roots. So I would like to know a little more.
I grew up in New York City. My dad's a doctor. My mom's a professor. Grew up very well off. Black dad, never had any problems. My entire side of that family is pitch black, living in Tanzania or working in DC at the embassy. So our family is never had any trouble financially. Went to private school my whole life. And I never saw, what I hear people talk about after I graduated, people talking about, how people are so biased towards people just because their skin color. My family's black, and because they had money, we didn't get discriminated against. And I saw money as a really big divider, huge divider, huge part of why we didn't have trouble. So that's basically my background when it comes to my experience with race. We had Swahili in the home and Russian in the home. We didn't have anything like slavery in Russia. I mean, black people were venerated. I remember the Tsar back in the day, a long time ago, when slavery was becoming really popular in North America. One of his staff, I guess you could say, came back from Africa with the slave and said, "Look at what these guys are doing over there." And he said, "Oh, yeah, I'll take him and I'll adopt him." And he made him a general. He adopted him into the royal family, sent him all over Europe to get educated, and even had him teach all the science and engineering to the entire country in Russia to set all the programs up. So when I hear about all this suffering and I see these movies and I read these books, and it's terrible. I think it's awful. But I personally can't like understand, like fathom how people could even do something like that, because my background, it's I don't, my family's never suffered because of race.
No problem. Black Dollar, you got anything else you want to add to that before we move on to the next speaker?
Nah, just that speaks for itself right there. I appreciate it.
Okay, appreciate you for chiming in as well, brother. Once again, y'all go ahead and support Newstoter on our Cash App. That's $Newstoter. If you got $1 that you like to contribute to the New Black Media, go ahead and donate it to us. That's $Newstoter. Once again, that is $Newstoter. Let's see if Clarice, if we're able to get to her. Clarice, is your phone working okay? Clarice, are you there still? No, she was waiting for a minute, so I know how this Twitter spaces are. So we can't get Clarice at this moment. Hopefully she'll come back up. Sam, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, what up? So Jane, I like some of the stuff you said, but some of the stuff you said didn't really make sense to me, and I'm not gonna lie. And I want you to clarify for me. So, I like blockchain technology and Bitcoin, crypto, and all that stuff. I'm very familiar with it. But the thing is, I'm not understanding how that is going to get us closer to reparations, because when it comes to reparations, if we were to get that legislation passed, that would have to definitely be enforced federally. You know what I mean? Not on the states. That wouldn't be. I mean, of course, it would be enforced. On the states level, but also that would definitely need federal and enforcement intervention. And Bitcoin is all about sovereignty, which decentralization, sovereignty, freedom, which comes at the cost of security. But the thing is, I'm not understanding, you know, why we're trying to do the whole sovereignty and freedom thing before we get our reparations. You know what I mean? Why don't we push that message after we get our reparations? That way, we actually can get the reparations, because if all the money is transferred into Bitcoin, or most of the money and currency and people have the money in Bitcoin, how will we enforce them to then, how will we tax the people? How, you know what I mean? And I don't want to sound communist at all, or I'm not left wing at all. I don't like taxes. I don't like anything like that. But I do want reparations for, I do think that America deserves, to pay reparations to the Black community for all the things that they have done. And also, on top of that, you also said something about that, the Black community doesn't need money, or something about how money isn't going to fix the issue. And I want to kind of counter that with I'm just kind of confused, because this is how money works. The federal government controls the money supply, which is different from the currency in circulation. The money supply is they're analyzing, checking accounts in banks and all of that stuff to see how much money is in supply of the United States citizens, right? So when the money supply is low, they basically go and buy a bond off the bond market. And when you buy a bond off the bond market, that you are buying it from somebody who's selling a bond off the bond market, meaning that the person who sold that bond has to then, they receive that cash and they have to pay back that interest on that desired date. So the reason the government does that is because when they realize that the money supply is low, right, they want to basically get money into the government or into banks that are selling the bonds or whoever, and then they hopefully the money is supposed to trickle down from those institutions into the communities. But we see that doesn't work, right? Because it's the same system that's been happening since Nixon implemented it. They buy bonds off the bond market, and these banks get the banks get the cash, but there seems to be, they're not properly giving out the money to its citizens and to everybody equally when they get that money, number one. And number two, if you look at the most influential businesses that have been built over the years, I like when I grew up, it was like the iPhone, it was Apple, all these great, innovations, these great corporations. But that seems to have really slowed down over the years. Like the only thing I think of now is like Lyft Uber and shit like that. And on top of that, these companies are like screwing over, you know, their drivers. If you listen to the reviews and shit like that, so these companies that are getting these loans from the bank to help, you know, to help their startup company, and or they're getting it from these private citizens who are selling bonds off the market that U.S. citizens, you know, they are not distributing the money equally amongst race. And on top of that, they're not really investing. They're not good investors because the companies that they're investing in are not really producing. So all in all, that's why you see the market crashing and everything is crashing, because the people that is supposed to be making this money move and making this money work are not doing it. And on top of that, they're discriminating. They're not hiring us. They're not giving us money, and they're trying to close us out, all while defrauding us with Bitcoin and pretty much closing us out the market. You know, so it's all coming. It's pretty clear for if you really backtrack and look at what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry for cussing, but it just angers me because it's happening to my community. So I'm sure if it was happening to your community, you would be just as passionate about it. But I'm just trying to figure out like how, you know, when you said that giving money to a community isn't going to really fix the issue, when that is how our capitalistic economy even works and functions these days. It is proven that the more money you give to a community, that is how you stimulate a community these days, is by giving them more access to credit or capital, not producing. We moved out of that years ago, if that makes sense. So,
yeah, sure. So I'm sensing hope in your voice, so I'm going to crush it right here. Nobody cares about the people, the Federal Reserve, the government. They don't care about us. They don't want to help us. They're not going to do anything for us. The people that own this country are the banks, the Federal Reserve Bank specifically. They conspire with all the other little banks that work for them. They come up with money out of thin air. They don't care about who's getting paid what. The reason the only are influential are corporations is because the Federal Reserve owns so much of the corporation with bonds. And the reason they do that is because they want to run all small businesses out of business and have corporations in control, which is what happened. There was a big wealth money grab when it came to the pandemic and all these small businesses, and then the corporations swooped in and bought up all their properties. The corporations are meant to control our wages so we don't make enough money to get out of poverty. It's all a controlled plan. They don't care about us. So, you know, I'm not saying this to be pessimistic. I'm kind of saying this to maybe put in your mind, like, start thinking of another plan. And don't try to convince these people to do something for you because they don't want to and they won't. The government is not looking out for us, especially corporations. The banks don't care. That's it. This is what I realized in my life. This is what I've seen across the board to be true. If you have better luck convincing the government to do things, then sure, but I have not seen anything done, which is kind of along the lines of why I'm saying, like, it's important to lay the groundwork, because as you're pushing for reparations, you don't know when you're going to get it. You don't know how long it's going to take for them to even actually address it instead of kicking the ball around the field. So it's important for people to build up their own communities. And I did not say money will not fix problems. I said money alone will not fix problems, and you need financial education to properly allocate it to create wealth, not just to spend it, but to create wealth and in the communities.
Thank you. Sam, go ahead. Sam, because we got a few other people. So Sam, go ahead and ask your question real quick, so we can go ahead and get to some other people real quick.
Oh no, I was just gonna say so I kind of get like that. I understand what you're saying. You know, you're essentially saying that, you know, while we can't just sit here and wait for reparations. We got to use crypto. We got to use every tool available to stimulate economic growth in our community. Essentially, I understand that, but I also think that, you know, I'm a little bit more optimistic that we can get our people into positions of in the government to get that legislation passed, to get reparations. I'm still strongly optimistic. And I believe that we can get that going a lot faster than essentially where you probably think we can. But thank you for speaking, and thank you for sharing.
Yeah, you know, it's possible, but people need to fight. Like, the people in this space need to go out and run for office. I ran for office. I'm going to run again. I got my name is familiar now. I'm going to keep going. But again, I lost to a rich old white man. This is going to happen. And the people that are in Congress right now are not going to be doing anything. They're not doing anything. They're too old. They don't care. They just want their money and they want to run. So you guys need to run for office. Like, you guys are the people that need to run. We are the people.
Okay. So.
But Clarice, hold on. Is this Clarice speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, your phone working. So go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I've been hearing a lot of different things. It seems since I stepped away, things have gotten derailed. So, Jane, I've heard a lot of different things, and the two other brothers that I did get to hear was asking you questions about reparations when it was very clear when you first started speaking that you're not for reparations. And however, other people did not hear that, but I heard it that you were not for reparations. That's not what you're about. You are not even a foundational Black American. Your platform is so different than what many people in this space have expressed. So, and yet you are wanting us to support you and to vote for you, and then you express that as a person in Congress who has run, you want to give the old line of the government is broke, which is not true at all, because every other different group, race, ethnicity has gotten things. Right now, the government is sending money to Ukraine on a consistent basis. So you are not broke. And I'm saying you because you are a politician. You are in government. You are not broke. And as well as far as the money that the government owes, that's a you problem, not a my responsibility. And I say you because you are in government. So that is your problem. And you are not for any of the things that people have been speaking about thus far. And you have no concern, even when one brother said to you, what do you think about reparations? You pretended as if you didn't know what that was. And again, with all of those different things being said, being expressed, clearly we are not the people to help you. Those of us that are on the page of the things that have been expressed and the things that I've just shared.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. I did not come here. I came here to listen.
Excuse me. Listening requires less talking. So please do not interrupt me. I did not interrupt you at all when you were speaking, or anyone else when they were speaking. So, as a politician, and then you said some things that were very condescending. When you assume that no one in this space has financial literacy, that is not financially literate, and then you assume that people are sitting around waiting for reparations. You assume that no one is doing things to build up their community. You assume that no one has information about buying and trading in stocks. You assume all of these different things. You assume that no one is educated. You assume that we are not teaching our youth how trading and giving literacy. That is very condescending to come up here and assume that just because people are not agreeing with you, because people are not going to support you, because you're not supporting us. And it does not matter if you are a Democrat or a Republican at this point in time. When it comes to foundation of Black Americans, it does not matter what political party you are with. If you are not for our agenda, we are not voting for you. Our ancestors, and no other ancestors built this country right here. If it was not for our ancestors, your parents would not have even been in this country for you to even be born, because you clearly stated that your parents were not from this country. Okay? And these are things that I've heard over and over again from people. When you came up in here and the brother said, "Are you Black?" He was like, "Well, basically, no, you are not Black." He was talking about foundation of Black Americans. That is not you, darling. And it's okay. It's no disrespect at all. But when you come in here with condescending speaking, and you come in here being disingenuous just because you want us to support you, you've already dug yourself the grave. And the support is not there. It's true. It's not going to change no matter how hard you want it to. But these are the things that you have done since you have been in this space and you have been speaking. And I have heard them. I don't know if anyone else has heard them, but I have heard every single thing. So I want to let you know that we are aware. And I want to let you know that we are past all of the things that you are speaking of. You are late to the party. So please, go back to the drawing board, figure out who you are, do it on purpose, and then maybe try again. And one more thing I'll say before I go, Brother Ty Harper, I have reached out to you many times. Please respectfully respond, and I'll land my plane there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Therese, for your very insightful commentary. Jane, would you like to respond to that, or we can go on to the next speaker?
Oh, no. I just, I want to correct her on a couple things. First of all, I came into this space to listen. Somehow, every time I go into a space, people just start asking questions, and I answer one question, and here it goes. I just wanted to come into this space to listen. I don't know how she got the impression that I came here to campaign. I'm not even campaigning. I'm not running for Congress. So I don't understand how you think I'm going to ask you to vote for me when you can't. Nobody can vote for me because I'm not running for office. And also, I don't know how you can think I'm assuming anything about anybody. And when I said waiting for policy, I'm referring to when the bill is written up to when it hits the House floor, gets voted through from the House, and gets voted through by the Senate. That's a very long process. It doesn't happen overnight. And people wait for bills to pass. So that's what I mean. I didn't mean sitting around. I feel like you're the one assuming. If you think that I'm assuming that waiting means being lazy, like that's just absurd. I think if you're offended by me, if you think I'm condescending, then I don't want to upset you, but you have self-esteem issues because that's just bizarre. You assume so many things about me that are absolutely untrue.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next speaker. Thank you both for speaking there. The next speaker is Rad. Rad, unmute your mic.
Yo, what's going on? Just want to make two quick points here for a second. Just give me a second.
Yeah, you there, brother?
So two quick points. One is called the Copernicus theory of money, which basically means the more you increase the supply of money, the less the money becomes worth anything. So whenever we talk about getting money from the government, they're printing it out of thin air, and they increase the money supply 40% in the last 2 years, and that's increased everything by like 30 to 40%. So if you guys were to get reparations, you guys would actually just lose more money.
We're willing to take that chance, brother. We're willing to take that chance.
You know what I'm saying? Though, like it just happened.
No,
yeah.
What you're saying, but why is it always a problem when we demand money and not when other people?
Yeah. I was just about to say
it's a problem. I'm just telling you what
but they do the same exact process. It's the same exact process. We always say they print money. Okay, when they print money, where does it go? Right? Where does it go? It goes straight into the institutions. Either a private U.S. seller who's selling.
All right, everybody, we're gonna have one at a time. Sam, I know you want to speak on it, but you got through speaking not too long ago, so let's let Rad speak because this is the order we're gonna do. We got Rad, we got Rivera, Cash, and Ty, and then after that, then you guys who want to speak again, then we're gonna go with Chris Wilson. We're trying to get some people that haven't already spoken. We got Chris Wilson will be next, and then we can go. Then we would go with Quad again, DJ, and then you, Sam, if you want to go ahead and speak. So let's try to. I know. Let's let one person speak at a time. I know I did say something while he was speaking, but right now Rad is speaking, and after Rad speaks, then we're gonna go Rivera or whatever, River.
Hey, Tyler, can we let
hold on.
come up real quick before Rivera, and then we'll let Rivera come up. But Ty got to come next because we have been trying to get in touch with the brother, like Larry said. So
who's gonna come next?
Ty Harper. He's down in the. He got his hand raised. So go ahead, Rad.
But yeah, you had the Rivera cat with his hand up for a minute. So
thank you.
No, let Ty go. I'll go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you for letting me up here and all that. But yeah, that's really all I wanted to say. If anybody's at a computer, they can Google search. It's called the Copernicus theory of money.
Dude, Bitcoin.
So, again, anytime you increase a money supply, it decreases the value of the money. They printed 40% of the money in the past 2 years. That's why gas is so much fucking money, and that's like why steak is so much. Like all this shit, right? So like if they pass a reparations bill and increases the money supply by 20%, so everything you want to buy is just going to cost 20% more. Like it costs them nothing to like money. You know what I mean? Like
no, we don't.
And that's what I mean. It literally
That's not true.
okay, like I say, wait, hold on. Let me say something. One person at a time here. Let him finish speaking. He's going to be ready to get through in a second, and then we can go in and move on. So let Rad finish speaking, and let him finish speaking. We don't need anybody else speaking right now. Nobody wants to be cut off. Let him finish speaking. Don't unmute it yet. I'm still talking. Let him finish speaking, and then once he's done, then y'all can go ahead and speak. I'm going to unmute it now. One person at a time. Rad, we got about 30 seconds. We don't really, honestly, bro, we don't want to hit this shit about goddamn supply shit, okay? I'm just being grateful. I'm just being nice and letting you speak, but that is bullshit. Go ahead and finish speaking, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying that this is a fact. It's a self-evident, and if you want to actually get something that's going to benefit you, you might want to rethink it, because then printing money is just going to cost you nothing.
Okay, Rad, we appreciate you. We appreciate you chiming in. Thank you. The next person to speak, you said Ty is the next, because actually it was supposed to be Rivera, but I'm going to go ahead and let Ty go. So thank you, Rad, for your insightful nonsense that you just spotted off.
Okay, Carter, can everybody in the chat who's speaking keep your talking down up to 2 minutes, because there's a lot of people that want to speak and we want to get to everybody.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to go ahead and let people go ahead and speak. Really, Rivera was next, but Ty, we'll go ahead and let you speak, and then Rivera, you go ahead and speak. So Ty, unmute your mic.
Yeah, happy Juneteenth, everyone. I saw this room. It was sent to me in my DM as I just got back from speaking at a Juneteenth event here in New Jersey. It says New Jersey reparations. I come into the room and I hear the person Jane talking about her stance on reparations. I hear someone else talking about how it what it does economically, how it so-called depletes the money supply, and he calls out the Copernicus theory. Well, before we speak, I'm going to say here and now, the Copernicus theory is just that, a theory, because the United States is a country with what's called monetary sovereignty. Monetary sovereignty means that they can print as much money as they want, whenever they want, however they want to use it for its purposes. When he says that's why gas and everything is so high, actually gas and everything is so high because of the artificial war that's been created as a proxy war being used in the Ukraine, and claiming that because of that, it's much more difficult to produce petroleum and get it into the country, when in fact the United States is one of the 5 countries on the planet that is capable of producing large sums of its own petroleum. So you missed me with that BS. This whole thing is artificial. Now, when we talk about reparations, and they say, "Oh well, no one is going to pay reparations," I'm here to tell you right now. If you would ask me 10 years ago if they were going to give Native Americans the top part of northern Oklahoma starting 2024, I would have said, I doubt that also. But keep one thing in mind when we talk about this right here and now. There was also those who thought that we would never end chattel slavery, that we would never get civil rights, we would never get the right to vote, we would never, ever, ever be at a point where we could fight back and tell them what we are going to get and what you're going to give us. If you disagree with us, that's your choice, that's fine. If you disagree with us and you're not even a freedman American, I could really care less what you got to say. And if you're going to come at us with the same thing these goddamn Marxists, and everybody comes at us with saying, oh, we need to change this, we need to change that, I want to tell everybody one thing about Marx and Engels, the people who created Marxism. Did you know that they were full-on Aryans in Germany? The whole system of Marxism was created to be used without American Negroes. Black people were supposed to have no place in Marxism. When you come at us and talking this madness, you better come at us with better facts. You better come at us with better data. We're going to call you out and shut you down every single time. Reparations would not slow the economy. There were 16 studies recently, including one from the banks that say because of their racism, it's been costing the American economy $16 trillion. It would actually stimulate the economy, and it would actually move us in a better position to be manufacturers, to be producers, okay, to regain our own community. Just about every invention in this country came from us or because of us. So I don't know where that mindset comes from. And to be honest, I give zero fucks what anybody says. And I don't care if I'm cursing. I give a barren field of fucks about anybody who says it's not going to happen. Come at me if you want, but you better bring facts and you better bring data. You're going to get your feelings hurt. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate you, Ty. Appreciate you chiming in. River, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, can I just I just want to say something real quick. So, I never said, I'm not implying that reparations will not happen. I'm looking from a very straightforward perspective of bills take a very long time to reach the floor, get through the House of Representatives, and then get through the Senate. It takes many years. It's a very slow process.
Let me stop right there. Let's cut the bullshit. So that's true.
All right, let's hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, DJ. Let's be respectful. She was speaking now. Rivera, I know it was your go, and she chimed in, so just let her finish, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna shoot that back to you, man. So you can go ahead, but let's stop like just cutting people off in mid sentence because nobody wants to be cut off in mid sentence. So let's go ahead and let her speak. Jane, go ahead and just make a quick point. I know you're speaking about the reparations and the bills and how quick and something can get passed through. Let's let her go ahead and speak, and then Rivera, you go ahead and speak. Nobody wants to be cut off, so let's just go ahead. And like I say, we're trying to get this as quick as possible because we have people. We got a bunch of people still requesting to come on. So let's try to wrap. Let's do this in 2 minutes so we can get everybody. So go ahead, Jane. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, basically, I just don't. I feel like I'm giving the impression that I don't support it or that I don't believe it will happen. And I just want to say that's not accurate. I think it will happen. I think it can happen. I do think it will take a long time. And the only reason I say that is because every bill that I've seen takes a very long time to get through. And that's just how it works. A lot of bills never even reach the House of Representatives. And then once it does, there's all this drama on Capitol Hill, and a lot of bills get shut down. So that's the only reason I'm saying that, and it's not specific to this issue. It's to every issue.
No doubt. And also, you guys go ahead. If anybody that's in this space right now that is not already following Newstoter, make sure you guys follow Newstoter. With the ultimate curator of Black news and information in America. We're the biggest curator of a Black-owned platform media outlet in America. So please go ahead and follow us on Twitter to stay up to date on Black news, breaking Black news. We curate news from over 20 some odd sources. Also, support the new Black media on our Cash App, $Newstoter. That's $Newstoter. If you can support PBS, then support your own Black-owned business, your own Black-owned news media outlet. That's Newstoter. That is $Newstoter. Once again, that's $Newstoter, and it is in the Jumbotron. River, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Very quick, hey Toter, after River, can Cash go? Because I think he or she even had her hand up for a minute.
Yeah, Cash is next after him.
Go ahead, let her go. Go ahead, let him go.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead, Cash. River, you got yours up, and then Cash is next. So go ahead, River. Let's try to do this in 2 minutes, and then we can go ahead to the next person. River, you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So this idea of bills getting passed and begging for reparations is going
take a while. It could be a thing where it takes a while. But one of the things that we fail to forget is you can't sue the United States of America. I think it's the 16th Amendment or something like that. So this idea that just waiting and waiting and waiting, someone said something about if you would have told me in the 80s, if the Native Americans would have owned or got the sovereign part of Tulsa, Oklahoma, which they do. That's the McGirt ruling that happened a couple of years ago. So the Creek Nation owns the northeastern part of Oklahoma. That's now they're part of the reservation. Things will change. I don't think that this idea of a bill happening and we're not getting anything and money and all this other stuff that people are saying will dwindle if you get reparations, but we're giving the Ukraine $50 billion. I mean, it's madness. It's crazy to think that I'm not claiming to be the brightest person in the world, but it's crazy to think that all this stuff is going on and everybody else gets a piece of the pie but us. So I think if we get some sort of good legal representation, we could take it to the United States government and just get it that way. That way we don't have to wait. And that's where I landed playing.
Thank you. Appreciate you chiming in. You made some very valid points. So once again, thank you for chiming in. Cash, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace, y'all. I'm going to speak a little bit quick, but y'all can DM me if you need any further information to what I speak to. As far as I came in the room for New Jersey reparations, but I want to start by saying joyous Juneteenth to those who celebrate it, to those who know that it was December that our people were really free in Delaware, Kentucky. I just want to shout them out. Oregon has Senate Bill 619, which argues that anyone who's a slave ancestor living in Oregon is owed $123,000 a year, every year, in lifetime payments tax-free. I think we need to implement a lifetime payment strategy in each state, and this is separate from the federal claim. I called into the California Reparations Task Force to say that Oregon offering lifetime payments is something that we should implement in California as well, but tied to the cost of living. So if Oregon could offer $100,000 a year, California better be offering a cool $1 million every year for life. All right. And I also mentioned that Oregon forgot our land, our 40 acres and a mule, which we're updating to something like 40 acres and a Tesla, 40 acres and an electric vehicle. And I want to be clear about the timeline for a second. In California, at least with that task force of 9 members, they have until July 2023 to suggest reparations proposals. So I'm spending my reparations check in my head already. I'll be clear. There's a Chicago Reparations Commission. Now, Chicago, the city of 2 million Black Americans. New York has A 9435, which just has to pass the New York Senate. Then it's, you know what I'm saying, a Buffalo, New York, where, Buffalo, y'all should know where Black people was just massacred at with a white dude who had written on the side of his gun, here's your reparations. That white guy thinks reparations is coming within our lifetime, and he's 18 years old. HR 40 after 30 years is finally on the House floor. I just wanted to mention that. And then finally to New Jersey, and then the last, the 2% solution. New Jersey mentioned 6 different cities that they're going to have public hearings. Mentioned Camden, New Brunswick, Patterson. I don't know all these cities per se because I'm out here in Brooklyn, New York myself. But I want those who are in Jersey to make sure that they show up in person and say they want lifetime payments like Oregon offered with Senate Bill 619, and that's tax-free. And don't forget your 40 acres. And my last point is shout out to Robert Smith, the Black billionaire, who went on Forbes' YouTube channel to say that every single corporation, I'm not talking about the federal government, I'm not talking about the state government, I'm not talking about universities. Every corporation calls itself American, owes Black Americans 2% of its profits to go into a fund for Black enterprise specific. All right, that's the type of reparations we can get behind. And any corporation calls itself American wouldn't be American without slavery and the wages of our unpaid labor. So I completely support the 2% solution. Let's make it 4% and be fair. Thank y'all for the space and time. And enjoy Juneteenth. And Black Fathers matter too. Shout out to Black Fathers.
No doubt. Thank you, Cash, for chiming in. Definitely appreciate that. Once again, you made a lot of sense. Definitely appreciate you chiming in. Our next person is Chris Wilson. So go ahead and mute your mic and also support Newstoter on Cash App, $Newstoter. Go ahead, unmute your mic.
Hi, everyone. How are you? I wanted to come into the room. I saw where it says New Jersey reparations. I flew in from California to New Jersey to partake in the New Jersey reparations. I wanted to observe, I wanted to observe it for the first time and hear what they had to say. And I had the pleasure of being accompanied by now my new friend, DJ L. And I will tell you that I was profoundly disappointed in this reparations for New Jersey. Profoundly disappointed because they were talking about reparations, but was not talking about lineage-based reparations. What I saw was a whole lot of tethering, a whole lot of red, black, green, and gold. If my life depended on a U.S. Freedman Juneteenth flag, it was not there. I would have been killed a long time ago. I saw two people who, and I'm not joking, they look like homeless white people who went to a costume place and put on a priest uniform and called themselves Unitarian missionaries or whatever. Speaking on behalf of reparations, I heard and saw a gentleman who represented the African diaspora who got up there talking about reparations, and I didn't know what reparations was. I heard a rabbi speak on reparations for us. I heard a lot that was uncomfortable and concerning, because not once did anyone mention lineage based. Not once. And I don't know if anybody else is in the room, and it was there. Not once. Not once. Cory Booker was a guest speaker. Never mentioned lineage based reparations. Mayor Ross Baraka, who is a Pan Africanist in sheep's clothing, he did not mention, not once, lineage-based reparations. So what I saw in totality, in summary, was a shit show. And coming from California and participating as a non-FBA for reparations, the U.S. chattel reparations, lineage-based only, I was deeply disturbed. And it was time for me to go at that point. I did not want to hang around and talk to anyone because I already got everything I needed to know. And New Jersey's got a lot of work to do. New Jersey has a lot of work to do. And, I don't live in New Jersey. My family does. I grew up in between New York and New Jersey. I know it very well. This was not what I expected. And I land with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for chiming in. And yeah, we heard that it was everything except black people out there, the actual descendants of slaves. And you can't have something that's supposed to be based on something for black people and you're in the minority. So that is something that we have an issue with and a problem with. And I'm glad that you put that out. We heard it from two of our fellows that was out there, and it was great to have a woman's perspective on it and to also be just as outraged as they were. So thank you, Chris Wilson fan club, for your perspective.
I want to add something to that, just to be aware of something that there's going to be an uphill battle with that man who's the mayor of Newark. He is a Pan-Africanist. His father, he put the P in Pan-Africanism. His father was Amir Baraka. And, if anyone lives in California, in Southern California, there is a sister. Her name is Dominique DePrima. That's his half-sister. She is a radio personality who recently, 2 months ago, I think, did a Twitter or IG video where she announced that reparations should be for all Black people and not lineage based. That's Ras Baraka's half sister. Amiri Baraka was one of those Pan-Africans that I felt, Pan-Africanism for some Black men in America was just a green light to fuck white women. That's what I believe. And I think he fell under that because he had children with 2 white women. He was not married to. He had 9 children altogether, 2 of which were from this Dominique's mother. Her last name is DePrima. He never married her. She took on the Italian last name. And that's his half-sister. So, he gets up there and you could just tell he's full of shit. He's jive. He's just saying what he needs to say to leave the room and be okay. But he is not, that brother is not reparations lineage based, period. It's not. And so New Jersey's got a long way to go. And I don't know who the point person is in New Jersey. If it was that brother that I saw, I don't know what his name was. We're in trouble. We're in deep shit in New Jersey. So I land with that.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you again for speaking. The next.
I respond to that. I'm Ty Harper. I'm in New Jersey, and I was in.
Wait, Ty, because we got a bunch of people that still. You spoke one time, so let's go ahead and because we got about 5 people that have not had a chance to have their hands up, so let's let them speak first. Also, DJ, check your DM. I just sent you a DM. So yeah, let's let them because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that haven't had a chance to speak yet. Let's go ahead and let these people speak first, and then we'll try to get back to the people who've already spoke because we've had a number of people that already spoke. Let's go ahead and try to get back to you guys in a second, but let's go ahead and let Pan, I believe is Pan Foundational. You go ahead and unmute your mic and speak.
Yeah, Ty Harper, real quick. Just check your DM, brother, real quick. But go ahead, Pan.
Wait, one more thing. Hey, Toter, do you have the order that you want to go in after Pan?
Yeah, we got Pan, we got Max, and I believe it's Braceligus, whatever. Base Tings, and we had a Reza up here, but I don't see a Reza up here. So it's Pan, Max, Braceligus, Base Tings, and then after that we can kind of try to get some of the old speakers, people that already spoke back in, unless somebody new wants to go ahead and speak because we want to try to get as many new people in here as possible too. So yeah, go ahead, Max. No, I'm sorry, Pan, and go ahead and unmute your mic and speak.
All right, appreciate it, brother, and want to say blessings to all the fathers today, and happy Juneteenth to everyone. I specifically want to address Miss Jane because one of the issues I have is when I look at America and its history, and when I look at when my ancestors came out of enslavement and off the plantations and built all these black enclaves throughout the country. They were some of the biggest examples of free market capitalism that the world has ever seen. But when I look at the Democratic Party, when I look at the Republican Party, this whole concept of private property, voluntary association, free markets, it can't be found anywhere. And what I've come to see is really white supremacy doesn't like competition. So they talk about capitalism and free markets and all like that and private property. If you really believed in that, it would be very easy to understand that when property and money is stolen, it's very easy to see that there was a harm done and people need to be redressed for that harm that was done. So, it's very hard to see in any of these any of these so-called principles that this country is supposed to hold to. They really don't really hold it to freedmen, to foundational Black Americans like anyone else. So, if you could speak to that, because that's where I really have a problem with.
Okay, so what was your question?
Well, ultimately, our question is, the country has all these so-called principles, but what I'm saying is, when our freedmen ancestors built these enclaves like Black Wall Street and Wilmington and all these various cities, they practiced principles that built the foundation of the country. And why the Republicans won't reach out to them for that. And,
the Democrats are ashamed and shambles themselves. But we've shown that, we've proved that we don't need no more education programs, or our ancestors were doing this for generation after generation, and we had to fight with our lives to maintain our property and our place in society. So that's my problem is when we try to just put things in a small box and say, oh, let's educate all the kids. I heard other people say, we've been educating our kids. We've been putting the seeds of this in our kids for centuries. We passed this on for generations. We've had the tools. We've had the, all the things that we created with the creative genius. And we still run into the same problem that when we come to recover what's ours, there's always this question about, okay, let's do a study now. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's, and this is the bureaucracy. This is why I was saying earlier that I don't count on the government to get anything done, because the same thing, like even when you think about cannabis, they passed the COVID vaccine in 9 months, but they can't decriminalize cannabis. They said they need more studies. This is just my perspective. I believe the government is trash. They don't do their job. I do agree. You need your acre and the mule, like the gentleman said. I agree. And again, I don't want you to think I disagree. I'm just very jaded about the government. That's my point of view. And also, what the gentleman earlier was saying about the states paying it. I think that's a much better idea, because state law reigns sovereign over federal law. States don't have to enforce federal laws. So that's another loophole they could get away with. But I really liked what he said there with the states deciding on their own.
Thank you, Pam, for your comment and your question. We're gonna get ready to, let's see who's next. I believe Max is actually next. Max, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, before you go, Max, brother. Hey, just for in retrospect to everybody, for those that are just coming in the room, Miss Jane Adams is here to learn. It's not for anybody to jump down on her back, because she's here to learn. We are here to teach her the data, the racial wealth gap, ADOS, reparations, yada, yada, yada. These Pan-Africans that's grifting. So if anybody has an intellectual question for her to ask, you know what I mean, as far as reparations goes, because she wants to learn, even though she's not full Black American. But I yield there. But go ahead, man.
Also, before you go, Max, we're pretty much at this point here, because she's already said what she wanted to say. So just pretty much go ahead and let's try to keep this in 2 minutes, because we still have a number of people that haven't had a chance to speak yet, and we want to let them go ahead and speak. So we're trying to go ahead and let people go ahead and you can ask a question, but make it more of a statement, because we're trying to go ahead and get as many people as possible to go ahead and comment, and then we may have a chance to go back around for those who want to ask a question the second time around, or state or say something the second time around. So let's just go ahead and try to do this in 2 minutes. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, I'm setting the clock. Go ahead, Mac.
Happy Juneteenth, everyone. I guess what my question is kind of directed to Jane and Ty, and what I'd be curious to get their thoughts on. So I'm out here in California, currently getting ready to run against Senator Feinstein for her Senate seat. And one of the ideas that I've been reflecting on with reparations is that here's what the numbers are, and I think it's very important that moving forward that we get very, very loud about talking about what the numbers are. The numbers look like 1.5 trillion a year equals to $125 billion a month, equates to $5,000 a month for 25 million foundational Black Americans. The reason why I think it's very important that we start getting very, very loud about what those numbers look like is because, and this is going to be directed towards Jane, I think she knows something about this, but the Fed's talking about coming out with their own digital currency. So soon there's really not going to be any excuse for them not to pay reparations. But if we just aren't putting a number, you can't really essentially ask for anything. You're just going around saying for reparations. But if you break it down to saying lifetime payments at $5,000 instead of this crazy number that we throw out there of $150 million per person, if you break it down to a reasonable number, not including state lump sum amount of money and land, but if you go to the government and say, hey, here's what we want. We want $1.5 $5 trillion a year, $125 billion a month equals $5,000 a month for 25 million FBA. And obviously that number is going to fluctuate, but just based off of if there's 40 million FBA or 40 million Black Americans. So I'd just be curious to see what Ty and Jane's thoughts are on that.
9 seconds, 8 seconds. You want to finish it off? That's it. All right. Well, go ahead and answer if you want to answer.
I messaged him directly, so I'd like to go. I don't want to hold up the room, so I'd like to talk to him directly.
All right, we appreciate that, Max. Thank you for your question and your sincere statement. So go ahead and let's see who we got. I have a hard time pronouncing your name, but I'm just gonna call you. Is it Basaligus? If so, go ahead. I'm sorry if I butchered your name.
Yeah, basically everything. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. I was actually speaking to Tariq Nasheed yesterday, and it actually came to my mind to actually start running for office. You know, I seen Brother Marcel. What's up, Brother Marcel? Actually run for office, and I wanted to, shoot my shot at it. We need more FBAs in office. We need a lot more Black Americans in the public. I was actually planning on giving out, like, maybe free weed, free crack, and actually cancel child support.
Yeah, that's the stupidity right there. But, that's the game.
Yeah, I got him out of here.
Go ahead, Basentine. Bastings. I'll meet your mic.
Hey, so...
And peace to Marcel real quick. What's up, bro? Welcome to the chat.
Happy Father's Day. And I just wanted to know how do they give reparations? And you said CBDC?
I'm sorry, said what?
You all said CBDC for that.
CBDC?
No.
Yeah,
that was the person. That was the person that we just kicked out of the chat. That was a troll, brother. So if you have a question for Miss Jane.
Or do you just have a question in general? I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Well, so how do you get your reparations, and how do they decide who gets it?
Okay. Well, right now, what do you mean by how do we get it? We try to fight.
Is it cash? Is it property?
Like, yeah, it would be cash. It could be all of that. It would be cash first.
And how do they decide who gets it? Like, do half Black people get half as much? Like, how does it work?
Are you a Black American?
Half.
You half Black American, half
yeah,
what?
But I want all of it. I want
Black
the full amount. I don't want to get half.
You have Black American and what else?
Half.
Yeah, get that joker up out of here as the bell is going off. Get him out of here.
Well, you shouldn't. Next time, because I wanted to actually hear what this dude was saying here. So you should just let him stay in there, because I wanted to hear exactly what he was having.
He dropped down on his own. I didn't kick him out. Unless you kicked him out.
Yeah, that was me. You just
Jersey in the building. We ain't have no shit. Sorry. No.
Sure so much. But just to answer this question real quick, for those who genuinely want to know, if you're a foundational Black American descendant of slaves, those are the people who are owed reparations. Those are the people who get it. Cash, land, all that good stuff. Tangible resources, that's what we want.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I'm just going to see what this fool was up here saying, too. Okay, we got Marcel. Marcel's got his hand up. Marcel, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hello to everyone in the room, and Jane Addams, you're the candidate, I guess. Someone told me I needed to be in this room, and I was invited to this floor. So, Jane, you're the candidate, I guess, who's running for office.
Well, she just got through running the election. She just lost an election, but she was just in it. She's talking about running again in 2024. Jane, are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I was on another screen. Yeah, I was running. Ask whatever you want to ask.
So, 2 questions. I was told, and like I say, I was told I was invited to the room and invited up to the stage. So apparently, correct me if I'm wrong, you are a Republican and you're running on a reparations platform. That may sound crazy to people, but to me it doesn't sound crazy at all, because historically speaking, the Republicans have been the party of reparations. Abraham Lincoln for the descendants of American slaves, even though it was never instituted because of an anti-black Democratic president, and then Ronald Reagan, who I absolutely hate. But I see you, Amaya, I see a quote from him on your page, who did it for the Japanese Americans. So you have a reparations plan as part of your platform, or do you plan to add it? Because I'm looking at your webpage, and I don't see it on your platform now. So are you planning to add it, or did I say something wrong?
Okay, so this is becoming like a game of telephone here. I am not running for Congress anymore. I am not running on a platform for reparations. I came into the space to listen and learn. I'm glad people are telling you to come to this space because it's a good space. I'm just here to learn. I believe in reparations. I think the effort is going to take a while, which apparently no one likes to hear. But I think it will happen. And yes, I'm a Republican. People are calling me a new Republican or libertarian. I don't know what they're, I'm a Republican. My ideas are my own. The reason I'm a Republican is because I believe in the Constitution. And these days, Republicans seem to be the only ones defending the Constitution. So that's it. I hope that clears it up.
She's not Marcel. Not to cut you off, but she's not running on a reparation platform. She was invited into the space just to she just came in, but no, her platform is definitely not reparations. So that's just to let you know. But you go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm running as a Democrat, but I don't adhere to Republican values, Democratic values. I adhere to what should be American values, and the most American thing is repairing what this country has damaged, and who this country has damaged, or most are Black Americans. So I was just curious, so I'm just going to go down to the audience and listen. I was just invited in the room and just having to figure out what was going on. But, all right, thank y'all.
Later,
No
Marcel.
problem.
Long time no see, bro.
Ty, go ahead. You got your hand raised now. Anybody that has spoken before that wants to come back and speak again, because we've cleared the room and everybody's got a chance that want to speak. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, I just wanted to speak to what was being said about the California reparations versus New Jersey reparations. To be clear, everything they said is pretty much on point. The person that actually introduced the bill, Assemblywoman Timberlake, and State Senator Rice, we've had meetings with them here in New Jersey. We've even tried to meet with Cory Booker. I'm shocked he was there, because trying to meet with that man is literally like trying to nail Jello to the damn wall. Okay? We got to meet with his senior advisors, who, by the way, were Latinos, and he never got back to us on that level. Secondly, Cobra and their ilk has been trying to flood the bill with their nonsense. When the sister talked about Amiri Baraka, we already knew about Ras Baraka. When we were in college, I was in this organization, the Black Dia Force in college. They were Pan-Africanists from the get-go. We know this. That's why we haven't gone and talked to that man directly. He's sinister about it. He'll pretend like a politician that he's not, but let's keep it a buck. He is. So we're instituting a different strategy, because we're trying to get in touch with Assemblywoman Timberlake again, to be honest. We're going to have another all-around discussion with her, because those of us who actually were there, we had a meeting with her, and in that meeting, she agreed to talk to Senator Rice and the other sponsors and remove a lot of that non-specific language, especially the black and brown. Number one, there is no black and brown. There never was. If you have a word in your lexicon for the N-word, as Latinos do, we can start with Coca-Cola, and go all the way to Mayate. You are not a damn ally. Number two, they were not part of Jim Crow or any suffering in America. To be absolutely honest, Mexico had chattel slaves well past the time they claimed they said. So we can stop that right now. The biggest problem we have in New Jersey is that we just have to identify where these specific enclaves are. The biggest perpetrator out here, his name is Lawrence Ham. Some people might know him as Larry Ham. He's been running for senator in the state of New Jersey, I think, for 20 some odd years. I guess he thinks that if everybody else dies off for him, he'll win. He doesn't have a chance. And number four, I have to understand that politics in New Jersey is not like any place else. The plan is to work and institute changes in the bill, or introduce a new bill that mimics AB 3121. But the problem is we have to be careful with the language. There are things in the law in New Jersey that are not in the law in California. We don't want it to get confused. That's what we're doing. That's how we're working. I understand that people say they're trying to get at me in DMs. I have to be honest. I get like 40 DMs a day. I don't have time to check them all, but I am reaching out slowly and surely to people that I see who want to talk to me in the state of New Jersey. I have people that attest to that. I'm working through that. We're putting a plan together today. So today and a few other days, okay, with the United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen here in New Jersey, okay. So it's a nationwide organization, would be the power, but I'm in the New Jersey chapter here. So that's what's going on. That's the biggest problem that we're having in New Jersey, is that getting enough people together so that we can go ahead and get a groundswell. The reason why I don't reach out to everybody, and we don't, is because, let's be honest, you can't necessarily work with everyone. Everyone has different ideas of what reparations is. Cash Gaines, he says some good things, but that whole 40 acres and a Tesla, let's not mention Tesla or anything to do with reparations. Keep in mind that Elon Musk is not a Boer descendant. He is a full-on goddamn Boer. His parents made their money in those African diamond mines in South Africa during apartheid. So we want to turn him into Tony Stark? No, let's not do that. I do agree that we need land. I do agree that we need other legislation. I do agree that beyond tangibles, there has to be a full-on economic and equity plan, as well as offices of freedmen and freedmen affairs in every state where freedmen lives. But most importantly, we need to make a black belt strategy to get back to the black belt where we have the numbers to take over at least one state. One state gives us a governorship. One state gives us 2 Senate seats and a minimum of 4 congressional seats. Libertarians have done way more with less. You mean to tell me that we can't? But that's another talk for another time. We're concentrating on these local reparations bills is a good thing, but the states do not have the budgets to pay reparations in the amounts that will close the racial wealth gap. So we're looking to move that forward to the federal level, but using the states as a hammer, because as states go, the federal government must go. As for the reparations bill in New York, that's a complete goddamn joke. Eric Adams wants to erase us, not lift us up. And they have panties, and I call them Peter Pan Africanists, okay? Because it's that type of Neverland fairy tale, okay? About what they're going to do and what they've suffered in Africa. I'm like, really? Are you from the part of Africa that sold us into the slave trade? Because we don't care what you want. So we have to be careful when we're doing this and how we deal with it. Everybody is saying great things and doing great works. I'm not disparaging Cash, because he's doing great work while I'm going around the different communities and trying to push different ideas. But we need to come up with one true on consensus. My man Marcel, okay, he's doing it the hard way. He's going up against the big boys, and we're supporting him in every way we can. But I'm starting to see that there's a lot more energy out here. But in New Jersey, it's going to be hard, but we can get it done. Everybody, if you in New Jersey, you think that you want to step up to the plate and fight, let's try to connect in any way. If you know somebody that knows me, and I'll try to look more into my DMs, let's connect and let's see what we can do, because we're already out here working, okay? It's just that in New Jersey, it's kind of like dealing with the mafia. If you deal with the wrong faction, you have to go to war. I don't mind going to the mattresses, but first we have to get our mattress game up. That's all I'm saying. I'll land my plane there. Thanks, Brian.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you once again for an insightful a view of what it takes to go ahead and get this thing really moving. I know we have Chris Wilson come back up, but Kadar, I know you had your hand up for a minute, you and DJ. So go ahead and we gotta
say to Ty real quick. Hey Ty, this is DJ Sag One, but this is my Kite Productions page. Just check your DM, brother, on Kite Productions or DJ Sag One, or our Jersey representative chat group. You'll see it there, brother. Everything's been posted through. We didn't forget you when we started this chat. I just want to let you know that, and I've been trying to bring you up here for a while, but good meeting you, brother, and we appreciate you for all the work you do.
No doubt. I see we have Jack O. Jack O, you haven't spoke yet, so hopefully you're not gonna be a troll here. Let's go ahead and hear what you got to say.
All right, I'll get the tough part out of the way first. I'm a reformed white kid, so I used to be like the classic trope, like, well, it's not my fault. I didn't own slaves. And lately I found out I did. Like my great grandfather did.
What happened? That wasn't me.
Yeah, you still there? So let me get to the point. I'm reformed. I had all this cringy, not my problem. Now it is my problem. This is getting personal. And now that I care, I've been jumping down this rabbit hole. I'm well connected. Like I have like U.S. congressmen in my family. We have billions of dollars in this thing called Terra Luna. Where can I start giving out this money to make things right? Where can I start? I need to start now. Where can I start sharing this stolen wealth?
No.
Where can I start? I just need to start giving it out. DM me. I don't know. I want to make these reparations happen.
Terra Luna is worth nothing.
What are you talking about? To give out, though. I have billions of...
He's trolling.
Let me help.
He don't own shit but an Xbox.
We'll be in touch with you, buddy. Thank you for another delightful troll day. I don't know, tonight's space is crazy how a space about New Jersey reparations, Juneteenth, and Black Father's Day can just bring out the trolls in full effect tonight. But we've had more trolls tonight than we've had in the last 3-4 spaces. But for whatever reason, I guess it was just like, I don't know what it was. It just couldn't resist it tonight. It was like a bead of honey or something. But
we're getting closer to the promised land, bro. You already know. The more you get closer to the glory, the more trolls and jokers you got to fight. Like Todd said, we don't want to go under the mattress just yet. We're really just trying to talk to you, fam. Jersey in the building, you know what it is, because we fuck niggas up over here. It's like the mob, like Todd said.
No doubt. To all my Twitter followers out there, for those who have not followed Newstoter, please go ahead and follow us on Twitter. Also, we have the YouTube channel in the Jumbotron. Make sure you follow us on the actual Jumbotron. And we have our YouTube channel. We also have a Facebook group called the Black Culture Newsroom. Go ahead and follow us on Facebook too. Also, for all my Twitter followers that love the content that we put out here on Twitter, please go ahead and think about making a $1 contribution at least to Newstoter. That's $Cash App. I'm sorry, that's $Newstoter on Cash App. Once again, that's $Newstoter on Cash App. So if you guys love the content and you support Black-owned content, Black-owned media, new Black media, and you have $1 that you want to at least contribute to the progress of the new Black media, that is $Newstoter. Once again, that is $Newstoter. I'm going to go ahead and let you go, Quad. Go ahead, because I know you had your hand up for a minute, and then we're going to go Cress Wilson.
Newstoter, do you have a Venmo, whatever that shit is called?
Yeah, I got the Venmo
message
too.
Me that, bro.
Yeah, I got the Venmo.
Yeah, just go to the profile, Sam, and click the little money sign. It should pop up there, brother. And if anybody wants to support Newstoter, we only need, if you could spare it $1, help us aggregate this Black news culture. Because, when we talk about these things, and like I said, I've been Miss Jane. I appreciate you coming up. Tyra, appreciate you responding. Marcel as well, and Chris Wilson. I told all y'all to come up so we could talk about this stuff because people need to know. People want to know. And unfortunately, we were having some trolls earlier. But there are white folks out here that really want to help us with our reparations claim as well, too, even though there was mainly white folks down there and Latinos at the thing, because these legislation bills have told them that they're entitled to some type of Black reparations, and they're not. So I yield there.
No doubt. Chris Wilson, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Wait, real quick before I go. Real quick, because I gotta head out. I was just under the impression that Jane was running again. That's why I was asking her a trillion questions. Jane, are you not running again?
Yeah, she said that. Unfortunately, bro. She's
running. She's running 2024. She said.
Yeah, I'm running 2024, but it's not going to be for another 12 to 18 months. So, right, I'm just taking this time to get familiar on everything I could possibly get familiar on. Okay. So I'm not my platform is not the same thing it is right now, but I'm building it out. I'm getting it ready for the next election.
Okay, because if you're running, because I had quick 5 questions to ask, but you're not You're not running, or I could ask you another time in another space.
Yeah, just DM me. I'll DM you.
Okay, all right. Mr. Cresswell saying thank you. I'm going to reach out to you. Ty, I sent you a DM. With that being said, everyone have a good night. And I wish you all the best. And I'm out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for coming through as always. Appreciate it.
Hey, Tyler, make me co-host again, bro.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you already co-host.
Man, I'm checking messages, DM people calling me, there's stuff going on, bro. Don't at me right now. Stuff going on, fam. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, though.
Okay, Chris Wilson, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi. Yes, Larry Ham was there. They lauded him a lot. Yes. And Cobra was the centrifuge of the entire reparations, which once they said that, I knew that was in the beginning. I knew I was in trouble being there, and had to listen to see this. But no, I know that I'm not trying to parallel California and New Jersey. It's two different states, two different energy. But coming from California, having had the honor to speak last September at the California Reparations Task Force, they asked me to specifically talk about real estate. It was just an eye-opening experience in New Jersey, and just again, as I said, New Jersey has a lot of work to do, and I pray for it because reparations in New Jersey is much needed, and I land with that. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Sam, we're going to go ahead and we may let you be the last speaker for the night unless somebody else wants to chime in, because we're going to probably be closing it out in a little bit. So, Sam, go ahead and unmute your mic and try to keep it about at 2 minutes.
Yeah. I was just going to ask Jane, how did she get her start into like politics and stuff like that? Like, did you start speaking online, or did you go in-person events and stuff like that? And like, if it was in person, like, how did you find them and stuff? Like, I would like to know more about your story, about how you got started.
So, sorry if it's noisy. I'm walking to the 7-Eleven right now. But so basically,
you better get some tips for us.
I've been working in politics for almost 6 years now, doing ballot initiatives in different states. So, I was mentioning earlier, getting bills passed or getting issues on the ballot to get people to vote bills in, all over the country, mostly for energy independence. And one of them I did was for dark money, to ban dark money, but that didn't work because dark money has a lot of money and they shut everything down. So I did a lot of that. I worked on a lot of campaigns, congressional, on the federal level, the city level. I did recalls, like everything you could possibly think of. I just accumulated a lot of experience. And I wasn't really planning on running this year, but I saw the other candidates were not talking about cryptocurrency at all. They were not talking about Bitcoin, and I just couldn't let it pass without having it addressed. So I signed up to run, just went down to the elections office, handed them $300 in cash, filled out a form, and there I was, built a website, just went out, talked to the people I knew, funded my own campaign. I knew people were struggling with inflation, with wages, gas prices, so I didn't ask for any donations, which is unusual. But yeah, I wanted to put my ideas first, my initiatives first, and just get my voice heard. So that built a foundation for what I want to do in the future. So I recommend anyone who's have policies they would like to see enacted, just do it. You don't need any kind of special law degree. You don't need anything special. Just go and fill out the form and just run, just to get your voice heard. It's very important people do this. I don't know why people keep counting on someone that's elected already. We can't count on them to help us. So everybody, please, it's a scary experience, but please try it at least once in your life.
doubt. And we want to thank you, Jane, for coming in tonight. Definitely appreciate having you in the space and sharing your platform and sharing your thoughts and your ideas, your political ideologies. I know anytime you come into space, there's always going to be some disagreement and some pushback. But once again, I thank you, and you're always invited to stop in the space whenever you get a chance. We pretty much, like I said, we pretty much let people go in this space and do what they do as long as they're not being disrespectful to other people. We try to maintain as much order as possible in the Twitter space, which is not always easy. I want to thank all of the speakers who came out tonight as well, too, and everybody who came in and just listened, and those who shared the Twitter space out. DJ, you got something to say before I go ahead and close it out?
I think everything has been said tonight for the most part. So, again, appreciate you, Newstoter, for giving me the co-host position. And, all the folks that came up to speak. Appreciate Todd coming up here, Miss Jane Adams. Hopefully best of luck to you in your 2024 race. And, if there's anything I guess we could try to advocate on as far as because I do agree with you 100% that reparations is not the only thing in the world, but it is for us as Black Americans. But there are other things going on. But we always consider that they're just basic national stuff, so we ain't even considering that. We already know that healthcare and infrastructure and all this other stuff is the norm. So we want our money, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day. And as you see, like you say, and you not to quote you, but, excuse me, not to speak for you, but, to quote you and reiterate that you already see what this government is doing. You're giving away all this bread. And, I know, your education tells you that, inflation and all this other stuff, but that shit is a lie. I used to go to the Philadelphia Mint on school trips as a kid. Man, they printing this shit like it's water. The faucet is busted. It's just flowing. You feel what I'm saying? So always know that, it's money for everybody out here. They just don't want to give it to Black Americans whom descend from chattel slavery exclusively. No Africans or diaspora stuff, or there were freed men that were Black already here, if you know what I mean. I yield there. And appreciate love, y'all. Reparations up. AB 3121, Black State of America, Mouthy Megan, the reparationist perspective, Newstoter. That's the squad. And I'm out.
No doubt. And thank you to everybody who came out once again. Thank you to all of you guys who support the reparations. Happy Juneteenth and happy Father's Day. And also, if you guys have not, go ahead and make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make sure you follow us here on Twitter. Also, follow us on the Facebook group as well. And also help contribute to us on Cash App, $Newstoter. That's $Newstoter. And I want to wish everybody a good night, and we will see you tomorrow in our other Twitter space. So you guys take care, and we'll see you then.
For sure on that. Take care, everybody. One love. And we looking for business etiquette people, too. Give us a call. We try to put you on the platform.
That's right. That's what's up.